We're streaming, I think. We're gonna try and find out. Okay, let's see if this goes into something where I can hear myself. We need an excellent connection. It says our connection is excellent. Let's confirm that. We're going to see if we show up on channel. And now we're looking for echo. Find out. We've got echo. Okay, that's an excellent start. Now everybody press that upvote. That is existential. That is life and death. And we are now going to try and start the call. Let's try that. We go to infinite call and we press the audio and voila. And we get dial tone, or their version of it. All of you are too young to remember dial tone. How I miss those days. I really miss those days. But we have Aristides. And, hey, so good to have you on. You have no idea. Oh, God. If you happen to, reanimate at the end of live stream, I'll just happily vent and cathart over what an eventful past few days it's been. But all of that being said, it's been positive in so many ways, but certainly had its challenges. But I definitely am glad to have you with us. So how are you feeling about doing the blur?
I'm feeling okay if you give me a couple minutes, because
sure.
I'm just getting here from the store. So
no worries. I'll hold the stage. And we of course we invite. T-Take Barry says, good evening, brother, loud and clear. Love you, T-Take. Hugs. And thank you so much for that. You have no idea how important that is. We are going to respond to him. Here we are. Love and hugs at T-Take Barry. And we hope he is joined by many within a matter of minutes. Okay, you're gonna hear a lot as I reacclimate to the crypt. And we just want everybody to appreciate the fact that it's always a miracle that we get here and start the show in time, as we do, or try to do. And at the latest, it's always just by a matter of minutes. Now we've got numbers accumulating already, and that's fabulous. So let me sigh. Let me breathe. Let me try and do the calming technique. I am a calm blue ocean. I am a calm blue ocean. Oh my fucking God. Okay. It's just we are just so lucky that we're able to communicate at all. John says, no hot springs locally. I'm not going to read the rest. Okay. That's, I've got to figure out what he and Brandon are conspiring. Okay, I'm just holding the stage till our man, Aristides says he's ready. Then I'll probably go full bore into, monologue sooner than later. I hope we're joined, of course, by some others, but we'll certainly I'll just plow straight into it if we're not. And we'll try and not try. We're going to answer all the questions. Okay, certainly a good deal of them. So let's see who else is on the call, if anyone. It's just you and me?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
And let me take a look. Okay, here we are. Yeah, it's just you and me. And so how about you? You feeling up to the blurb right now, or a few more minutes?
Yeah. Well, I can start. I'm still kind of hustling stuff, but
don't
wait.
I'll hold for a few more minutes.
No one. No one should wait to hit the thumbs up.
Yeah,
you should be doing that right now.
Yeah.
As soon as you get here.
Yeah.
And either you've done that or you can do that. And if you can't do that, it might be because you are not logged in. That's how it works, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You have to be logged in on YouTube.
Yeah. When I say no worries, I don't mean about the thumbs up. Worry about that. Worry about those thumbs up.
Yeah.
thumbs. Up those fucking thumbs.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, but I'll give you a few more moments. I'll just say some of the obvious. Let's start off with the fact that Chuck Norris is dead, and I'm sure all kinds of people are devastated. And I didn't know the individual, but I'm sure he'll be missed. And he, for all his physical fitness, died a year earlier than my late and sainted sire did, the man who raised and guided me. Which just goes to show, under the kind of medical assault that my father was under, and I do say that in all seriousness, and by that I don't mean like anything misinterpretive. I would go into the whole horror story again just to let people understand how both my parents, but in this case, since we're focusing on Dad, how he was literally murdered by the establishment, the medical industrial complex, I mean to say. But with all that was done to him, he still lived a year longer than Chuck Norris, who was, physically fit and doing his thing. It just goes to show how great our genes were, how great our genes are in my family, which I don't know if I inherited any of my genetic strain from Dad, but if I did, I would be lucky to do so, because he was definitely somebody who could recuperate miraculously. Now, Robert Mueller III, the long-serving FBI director who later served as the special counsel overseeing the investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election, has died. He was 81. And that was a man who lived too fucking long. I have nothing good to say about him any more than Donald Trump does. He betrayed his trust and did absolutely fucking nothing against Donald Trump. Donald Trump despises Robert Mueller and dances on his grave for pursuing him. I despise Robert Mueller III and piss on his grave for not doing anything to prosecute Donald fucking Trump. Absolutely fucking nothing. A piece of no good piece of shit. So anybody who's criticizing Trump for shitting and pissing all over Robert Mueller III in death, well, all I can say is I joined Trump in that. So, okay, that having been said, let's turn towards Aristides. All right, my dear Aristides, take it away.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, hit the thumbs up. You got to be logged into YouTube to do YouTube stuff, and that's easier than it sounds. If you've never done so, can.
Oh shit! The call went off. Oh fuck. Okay, so what happened there? Let's see. We're still streaming apparently. Let's see if we got the live stream going. There we are. Aristides is calling me from a group. There we are. Okay, that was intriguing.
Yeah.
What was that?
I brushed the phone because I'm moving around. I brushed the phone.
Okay. Yeah. By the way, okay. Well, this syncs it for Chuck Norris. I don't know if you saw the photograph and text from John.
I hope did I call back on the same call, because I'm seeing everybody.
I think so. It says a group. It says you called back in a group. It must be. It's the infinite call. Right?
I know.
Oh,
I know,
yeah.
but...
Tell you what, I'll call you back. I'll call everybody back again. Let me do that. So,
okay.
Yeah, just to make sure. Thank you. Okay, we're going to leave this call, and then we're going to call everybody back on infinite call, and let's try that. There, and I'm sure he'll pick right up. There we are. It says waiting for others to join. Oh, that's fucked up. Okay. Next time we'll just roll with it. Okay, let's try that again. And if not, hopefully he'll call me back and I'll answer. It's so exciting. It's the wonders of postmodern technology. It's just awe-inspiring. There we are. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, we're all set.
Oh, be more careful about touching the phone the wrong way.
Oh,
So,
don't worry, I do it all the time. It can't be helped. They're so fucking small.
right.
So, like I said, did you see in the text box of our infinite
Yeah.
call the photograph
Yeah.
of? Is that AI? I think it's real. I think it's real. It looks pretty fucking real. I don't think it's AI. Yeah, that sinks it for Chuck. He's hugging
Yep.
BB Nate. Yeah. Oh, that would
Yeah,
make
right.
sense. Okay, that would make sense because he was in Delta Force, which was filmed by Golden Globus Productions, which was all Israeli mafia. That's all Israeli mafia that did those films in Israel that were propagandizing on behalf of their genocidal regime, where they made every Arab look like evil incarnate. So and Chuck is just, literally farting on them with his motorcycle, just literally spewing carbon monoxide from his, what is that, the muzzler or something that kills one of them. It's like, really, that's like, it's just so, at that point it's slapstick, but that's what they sunk to. But at any rate, so back to Aristides. I'm sure he has
Yeah.
fun.
Well, if you've ever hugged BB in your life, I guess then
That's
and that's a distinction that few can claim. Yeah, quite an honor.
Oh fuck! BB even said it. BB says Sarah and I are deeply saddened to hear the passing of Chuck Norris. Yeah, a great friend of Israel. Yes.
Yeah.
So, let's test just to make certain Sammy's audio is okay. Sammy, could we test your audio? Just say hi.
Hey, what's going on, Doug?
Oh, everything's great, and much the better for you being here. Do you have a few minutes, like a good 10 minutes, to let Aristides finish the blur, and then?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, yeah, 10,
Yeah, no
15
problem.
minutes as usual. Take your time, Aristides, and go on with the blur.
Oh, well, I hope I don't need 15 minutes, but I can get at it now. And yeah, hit the thumbs up. You need to be logged into YouTube. That's as easy as having a Gmail account or making a Gmail account if you have to, which can't be that hard. They do make these things pretty easy, of course, so they can, induct you into the, technological
addiction.
That. And
tech pushers.
Whatever.
They're tech pushers.
Yes. So a Gmail will get you in. I suppose you could. I think you make an account with any email, but Gmail is the most, I think, transparent way to do it. And then once you are logged in, you can. You might as well, if you can, say logged in on your device. Or there's no reason to log into YouTube every time. Just like I don't do that. It just stays. It knows you're on that device from that account. And so once you're there, hit the thumbs up to help boost the algorithm, which is immediately torn down by some cheap ass downvote bots that are used by people. That can be cleared up later, but in the meantime, it does hurt Douglas's reach and potential to reach people and appear high up in search results or suggested content, etc. So please do that. And in fact, all interactions on YouTube will help the algorithm. But the upvotes, and specifically, if you, once you're signed in, go in the little account icon up in the corner, you'll see an option there for switch account, and then you can actually switch to, say, another Gmail if you have it. Some people have several, or you can even switch within your account. You can make channels under that account, normally used for different types of publication. You don't have to put anything there. You can make dummy channels. All of these things, different accounts, different channels, can upvote independently. That is why we're explaining this. And that means you, one person, can put as many upvotes as you have the ambition to do. If you just do a little bit of switcheroo action there, which I'm just doing right now. So.
Yeah.
The second one there. So I voted twice. Like, how many people can say that? I voted twice today.
Yeah. Dietrich democracy.
Yeah. So do that. And in that menu, also make sure restricted mode is off. that stops you from viewing content labeled as age restricted, which can happen sometimes here, even by automatic screening. So I don't know if the last one was, given all the recent issues and stuff and trying to keep comments open, and I don't think any of the recents are
Well, there
age
was plenty of
restricted. Or
comments. Oh no, thank God.
okay.
The one was age restricted for a period of time, and then it was removed by YouTube itself. YouTube is very capricious like that. Something's obviously going on. But that being said, there are a lot of comments on our latest episode, and we want that to continue.
Good. And yeah, make sure leave a comment if you can. Upvote all the comments, if you can, or if they're really horrible, I guess you can downvote. But don't downvote Douglas's. Do upvote his. So because comments that are downvoted too much can disappear. That can happen. So comment, like the comments, like Douglas's comment. He provides his contact information there, which is getting all too much harder to do.
Yes.
And so these are all ways to boost the algorithm and show YouTube that this content needs to be shown to others. And yep. So please do all that. Let's see, what else do we normally cover here? Sharing. You want to share the content, of course, not just tell YouTube that you like the content, but tell your friends, tell strangers, tell anybody that will happen to see it posted wherever you put it, including electronically, or print out a QR code and stick it in the bathroom, or whatever you're going to do. So please share. You can
public bathroom, of course, so people can see it.
Yes. The busiest public bathroom you can find, such as in subway station, in a big city, something like that. Yeah. So so please do that, and you can get the link by clicking the share button there. It'll generate a link, which you can also grab out of the browser window. But if you hit the button, I think that further, YouTube sees that, so it'll figure into the popularity quotient here. So do all that. So try all the buttons except for thumbs down, and share the content anywhere you can. But more important than sharing and caring is some cold hard cash that Doug needs. So
yes,
contributing. That's what I mean. Contributing some cold hard PayPal. Then we're going to put the link in there in the chat right now. You don't ever need the link. Not having link is not an excuse. Oh, I wanted to donate, but I couldn't find that link. That's we've heard a lot of excuses why money didn't come, but that shouldn't be one of them. The link is there, but for lack of that, go to PayPal. Douglas D. Dietrich is all you've got to enter in there in the PayPal search, and you'll get to his account. That is his personal account. It is not taxed business-wise. He does have another account that we would suggest only using if you want to pay on PayPal, but you don't have a PayPal. And to do that, you go to his website, also there on the front screen. If you notice, all this stuff is very obvious on the front thumbnail window of the program, DouglasDietrich.com. If you go there, there's a button, not the one in the middle that does nothing at this point, but the upper right-hand corner, yellow button. It says donate. You can't miss it there. It's the only yellow button on the screen, has all the credit card symbols under it. If you click that, you can get to a screen where there's an option to just pay with card. You don't have to be logged in. There's also another option for Venmo. If you want to use Venmo instead of PayPal, it'll help you link that. Or I think you can go in your Venmo and just look for something called Visa Plus. There should be some way to just go in your Venmo and send it over to a PayPal. And there is also another button just says donate with PayPal. But if you are logged in to donate, we suggest using the first one, the Douglas T. Dietrich. But either way, if it gets there, he's not going to argue.
Yes.
So do consider all those options. And if you don't want to do it electronically at all, you want to send him something in the mail, a postal money order with a lot of digits on it. That's an option. Even, whatever you need to do, even have to do a personal check or whatever, a care package would be great. Don't send cash unless you bury it in a care package sealed so that their cash sniffing dogs don't root it out and buy them lunch. So I'll put Douglas's email there. If you're going to send him something physically, you should probably hit him up there so he can give you his address and so he can know to look out for it. So there's all kind of ways. So the only obstacle to contributing is you, and
That's right.
you're not wanting to.
Yes.
Got plenty of ways. So there's the Douglas's email in there, and get in touch with him if you're gonna send him something, or if you have a question. I'm sure you get plenty of questions. It seems
Yes.
at that email, plenty of complaints probably. So, why don't you brighten his day by sending an email that says, hey, expect some money in the mail. Right. All right. So, yeah, but if you can't contribute, do distribute and share the content so that others can engage, and possibly they're wealthier than you are. So, anyway, so beyond that, comments are now enabled again. We don't have to go through a whole spiel about go back to the green hair episode. But
thank God
hopefully it stays that way. Yeah. They're enabled after the program. There are comments enabled below the window. During the program, it's only the live chat. So if you come after, do leave a comment. If you remember to come back later, like the other comments and stuff. So good thing we can do that again now. Also, if you come back for the, or if you're listening during replay, you can right-click on the screen, generate a link at the time you're listening, that's time stamped to that time. If you want to send that time directly to someone, because there's a fascinating topic being discussed, or just something that's really funny. So that is a convenient way to get people right to content that's going to leave them fascinated. What else? Okay. Footnotes. We have footnotes. One. So you see in the title there, it's always filled up. The title of the episode underneath the window, it's always filled up. The equinox did happen, pagan Easter, so to speak. And if you see a little asterisk, that means down in the description, you should look at, in any case where it says see more, you should always open that.
Yes.
Have a look there. But if there is an asterisk, there's a itemized footnote there explaining more that Doug wants to explain about the events at hand that he wants to acknowledge. So, and what are those? Let's see. It's a whole one about Easter.
Yes.
It's going to be the thing going on soon. And
well, Christian Easter's not for a while. It's pagan.
Soon.
Pagan.
Well, right. Relatively soon. I don't know. What's the spread on the Orthodox Easter this year?
That's usually after the the Western Easter.
Right.
So it won't be till let's take a look at the calendar. When we take a look at the calendar,
it's like it's a week
Western
later.
Easter's on the 5th, so it should be on the 12th. Orthodox Easter should be on the 12th. Yeah, because of the Julian calendrical system.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll confirm that. I mean,
I just
okay.
I just looked. Yeah, it's the 12th. So.
Yeah, and
Right.
actually, Ed Beth will be impressed that I could figure that out. That I could actually calculate that. So okay, that all having been articulated, what else is do you feel should be brought to our listeners' attention, Aristides?
Well, if Sammy's still on, you can
he's back.
You can ask him. I will have some stuff once I get a little more settled, but I'm going to keep getting a little bit more settled in here for the duration.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate that. And okay, that was wonderful. Bless you. That was dear Aristides has done an awesome job as always. Now Sammy has joined us, and I just want to kind of say something that is a
Hey, what's going on?
well, everything's great. All the better for you being here. I just want to say just a little bit of a intro that I'd love your, response to. Obviously,
Right,
one of the challenges we're facing now in California is disowning Cesar Chavez without erasing Latino history. A lot of Latino
right,
allies and admirers of this once celebrated Cesar Chavez, or Cesar Chavez would be a better pronunciation. They've been
right.
working swiftly to erase his name and likeness from memorials and honors, distancing themselves from what are
Mhm.
shocking allegations that he abused women and, more egregiously, girls. And in the process, many are
Right,
contending with how to disavow Chavez without obliterating Latino history, separating the civil
right.
rights leader from the causes that he championed adds to all the pain our community already feels from President Donald Trump's immigration policies. But to quote us one
Right.
activist organizer, I'm more affirmed than ever before that our work really can never be about one leader. It's really got to be about all of us coming together. From myself, I will say, because it also provides an opening to honor other change makers, like your
Of
sister.
course.
So maybe you could tell us a bit about the change that your sister was already making in the community. This way, we get to honor a lot of girls. It brings attention actually to the Latinas in the community, as it should, and
Right.
it forces us to focus on them. And your sister was definitely one of them. So back to you, Sammy, with that.
Well, as far as the Cesar Chavez is concerned, I honestly I grew up more following the boxer from
Mhm.
Culacan or Sinaloa, but that's a different story.
Wonderful.
He's a good he was a good
That's great.
boxer,
Yeah.
but reason why I say that is because my dad was part of the bracero movement,
Okay.
back in the day.
Wow.
Okay. He was part
Would
of
you
that
explain
generation.
to our listeners what that is, please?
Well, the braceros were the modern day people that from the United States that came and helped with the migrant work.
Yeah.
You know, um, he was part of that wave that he came legally
Yeah.
as far as working.
Yes.
Um, and he was part of that contracted work that the United States desperately needed. And as we see now, history is repeating itself again.
Yes.
This administration is now backpedaling and wanting to bring back the people they deported and pay them less. You
Yeah.
know,
Oh, by the way,
uh,
that reminds me. You were speaking, of course, of Trump and his behavior in front of the Japanese prime ministers.
right,
It's actually far more insane when he went on after that. I don't believe it was in her presence, but it was shortly after that. He talked about making Venezuela the 51st state of our union. And it's like, dude, you've just had this entire campaign to mass deport all the brown people you possibly could, and yet you want to suddenly make more millions of them than ever before, or even in the United States, instant citizens. The madness is
in his defense,
incomprehensible.
no, in his defense, he doesn't really mean citizenship. He means slave labor.
Yes,
Um,
true.
that's what he really means.
Touche.
I mean,
Touche.
it's Trump. Come on, give him a break. He's very old school racist.
Yeah.
He's gonna rape you and love you, but you're still you're beneath him, right? But he can rape and abuse your body, right?
Yeah.
Kind of like Jefferson, right?
Yeah,
All his
yeah.
descendants.
Yeah, oh,
You know,
Jefferson, he thinks he's doing you a favor when he rapes you. He's
right,
giving you a
right, yes,
gift.
yes, right. Kind of like Cesar Chavez, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, um,
No, that's
I mean,
you're killing me.
it's almost like, well, I'm sure you've gotten characters when you've seen these bananas that you ran into in San Francisco growing up that somehow they're American and they're anti all the Asians off the boat. Somehow they're elevated now since they're bananas, right?
Yes, they're culturated. Yes, honorary whites
absolutely.
in a sense. Yes, based on their income.
Well, until they get humbled, right? And you know all the derogative terms. I don't have to say them. My point is, Cesar Chavez to me is allegations. I'm not downing them. I'm not saying it's not necessarily surprising. My point with him is I've always been a little I'm not the thing I didn't respect as far as what he was trying to do. The problem is you're still doing it against your own people.
Yes.
And his interpretation of thinking, he's American, you're never going to be.
Thank you.
In fact, you're only American when you're stepping to another country.
Yeah.
When I go down south of the border, I feel as American as
Chuck
as,
Norris.
Tucker Carlson or Chuck Norris. Oh, I even threw up in my mouth. But by the way, I have to bring up Tucker Carlson, and I can't believe I'm saying this. Okay, please. I know. He actually was talking to Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee always, to me, sounds like some bad weed. Huckabee,
Yeah, that's right. It does, doesn't it?
Whatever. He actually brought up the point of Israel as far as who's the really Israeli, and he put it in the theological term, the chosen people that have a God-given right, according to Mike Huckabee, right? His backwards, redneck interpretation, right? Go figure.
Yes,
But
I mean, really, that someone morbidly inbred from the hills has the divine wisdom gifted unto him to make that.
Of course. But what's always perplexed me, and it's just to me a paradox, is, but you're representing clan territory. I would think the clan hates them.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I don't see how that always confuses me. You're in clan territory. I don't think there's any, Reisteins or Goldbergs or I don't know. I don't think no one's drinking Manischewitz in that area, right?
Not that I would imagine.
Well, go figure, right? My point is, he probably was being facetious in that argument, but he kind of was exposing, because pretty much he was flip-flopping. Well, because the pretty much the question he posed to Mike Huckabee was, well, why don't they just run DNA tests on all the people in Israel, run DNA tests to, somehow track their lineage to Abraham, quote unquote, right?
Right.
And, obviously Mike Huckabee wasn't for that because, most of them are either Turkic or
Yes.
some type of Russian,
right. Yes.
Slavic,
yes.
mutt. So of course he didn't, and of course if they do DNA testing on Japanese and blacks and all the minority actual Jews, they'll find out, oh crap, these actually are the real Jews, right?
That's right.
We don't want that, right? Then they'll have privilege, right? Then we're wrong. My point is, no, he made an argument though, and obviously he said, well, some of these people in modern day Israel are spiritual ancestors now. So he.
Oh, I love that.
He got into.
That's so cool.
He got into the spiritual realm, right? So of course, right?
That means you and I could conceivably join if we just earned enough money, if we get enough income.
You're more of a Jew, okay, than probably anybody in this platform, okay, knowing your dad lineage.
Oh, you're killing me. It's going up through my nose.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
Yes, I know. I get it.
I'm serious,
Yes. No, the potential is there that Hitler's mother, working as a maid, was raped by her Jewish employer. That potential is there. Oh,
Well, forget all that. I mean, you're a quarter Japanese, so I mean, come on.
that too. That too. That's
So
even more so. Yes, actually, yes. But what Sammy's alluding to would take too long to explain right now for those who don't
right, this is
understand. But yes,
yeah.
I get it.
That's Doug's third. That's probably your fourth book.
Yes,
Anyways,
right. Thank you.
my point is, it's one of these antics that they use, and I think one of the reasons why someone like Tucker Carlson's bringing this subject up
Yes.
is obviously the demographic has changed as far as this war is really going to change people's perception of that region and the people administrating that land.
Yes.
Because
Administrating, you mean ethnically cleansing and
well,
occupying?
yes, well, I'm talking that land. I'm not talking about the atrocities they do. That's just what they are, you know. I'm talking about, you know, quote unquote, right? But it's really exposing them as
Yes.
far as maniacal and just war hungry. You know, our tax dollars are funding it. You know, unfortunately, in theory, we're funding that genocide.
Yes.
Because
actually,
you
it's
know,
not in theory. We're doing it in practice. Unfortunately,
well,
yes.
unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, we're not literally shooting the guns, but we're supplying them. For,
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
we're providing all the ammo. Yeah.
absolutely. You know, and we're poverty free. You know, we're borderline homeless. Pretty much
Yes.
most of the United States right now is in free fall.
Yes. Oh God.
Back to
And a lot of the rest of the world now, with the Strait of Hormuz
well,
closed. But go on.
of course, you know, of course, right? And you know, obviously, we're aware of the threats that he said. You know, if they don't open it up in 48 hours, he's going to target nuclear targets, which I've
Which
always
don't
found
exist.
it.
But go on.
He said the nuclear plants, something to that effect.
Oh,
But
that's
I've always
actual,
said,
right? Actual
why
civilian
would
plants.
you?
Yes. Go on.
Yes, my point is, why would you announce that if you're the? Why would you Why would you blurt that out? Why don't, you know, it's like that's so idiotic. You know, I'm not saying they're oblivious to it. They've been anticipating.
Yes.
We're talking about a country that they're ready.
Yes.
They've been ready.
Yes.
That's and they're obviously their philosophy is based on belief. So
Yes.
they're more than ready. Unfortunately, we're mostly based on, you know, delusion and, you know, our broken system.
Yes.
You know, so back to what I'm trying to say with you know, Cesar Chavez, to, you know, kind of circle back.
Yeah.
As far as his legacy, I think for the most part, it's going to be it's really not going to change in the sense of the symbolic. As far as a person, you know, unfortunately, it's very common, even someone like him in that position, to take advantage, and more than likely, and this is just my opinion, he probably took advantage more of the undocumented people that he was around.
That would make sense. Yes.
You know, women,
which makes him even more of an American than.
absolutely. You know, I mean, that's just what it is, you know. But you know, I mean, come on. And I'm not giving it an excuse, but you know, it's really at the service anyways, because things they've never really changed, even with Chicanos, you know, or you know, Mexican Americans. You know, I went to one of the biggest colleges that is very Chicano history is East LA College, you know, right there in Monterey Park.
Yes.
Which is predominantly Asian, to tell you the truth. Which is very interesting because that college it's in an Asian neighborhood. This is San Gabriel Valley is very diverse, but it definitely has a lot of, you know, of Asian population there. It's very interesting. My point is, when it comes to, you know, Cesar Chavez, he's really just someone I believe that they just stuck in front, and you know, now it's easy to tear someone like him down because of the narrative now. And I'm not saying, you know, it was wrong or anything, but it's very interesting now that, you know, this agenda now that they've come out and, you know, expose, quote unquote, you know, expose this when it's been known. Okay,
Yeah.
it's one of these things where it's been known. It's just it's more now in fashion now to oh my God, let's disown him.
Good point. No, it's good point.
It's a little too late.
Yeah.
It's a little too late for that because, believe it or not, a lot of Republicans agree with Cesar Chavez and his views.
That's
so
right.
it's almost where it's really cannibalism and really it's not gonna matter. Okay.
Yeah.
And even now when they're trying to bring back the migrant workers, it's a complete waste of time.
Yeah.
It really is. And it makes me sad because you also have to think about other ethnicities like, the Pacific Islander or the Asian Pacific Islanders that you obviously you're from.
Yes.
Your lineage. That, didn't get the same breaks. A lot of Asians left after World War II, and it's one of these things where we're left with now, just because the demographic of these migrants that were deported are from south of the border. It's gonna lead to more problems because people are human. People remember.
Yes.
So it's just, to me, it's just a complete waste of time.
Right.
It's one of these formalities that people now are, and there's still people blindly, still following this as far as what this government has tried to continue. It's very, how can I say this? And pardon me for going back and forth. It's just,
no worries.
You still have ICE. They're still going around rounding up people.
And Trump is threatening to deploy them in airports, but go on.
Well, the airport business is screwed anyway. So there's nobody flying. Nobody can afford to fly.
And you know why he's threatening that? That's his version domestically of his threatening the Iranians that he's going to destroy their civilian nuclear power plants if they don't surrender in 48 hours. He says if the Democrats don't fund Department of Homeland Security and end the shutdown to fund DHS in 48 hours, he's going to send ICE troopers into the airports, which I'm not quite sure what that, why the airports.
He is sending them. They're going to be in airports. The thing is, what's going to happen is this: someone's going to end up getting shot in the airport. That's all that's going to happen.
Yes.
Someone's going to get trigger happy. And you have to think about the demographic in the airports right now. Is most people that are going to an airport are either people are doing business, people that are coming here still internationally that have some type of gainful employment, some type of business. So they are really going to hurt even more that industry because optics matter in the United States.
Yes.
And more than likely, you're going to have these troglodytes in mass.
Yeah, in masks.
with bulletproof vests, like a bunch of idiots.
It's like being greeted by terrorists.
Look, I have to be real, okay? At least the Sinaloa cartel and all these cartels in Mexico know the game, okay?
Yes.
You don't go to certain areas. You mind your business. You don't stick your nose into anything, and everything's fine. The only reason why Mexico went into an uproar is their version of Bill Gates got killed.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In the underworld.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Some
asshole like Bill Gates ended up getting killed. Okay. Because the U.S. had orchestrated it. Pretty much. I mean, obviously we've touched that. My point is, the optics of seeing these idiots in airports is really ghetto. Okay. This is they pretty much must be in, the Tenderloin. Okay. The Tenderloin looks like, more civilized than this. Okay. Because it's, come on. It's one of these things where it's like, if I'm someone from Europe or anywhere in the world and I'm visiting this this landfill of a country,
greeted by men in masks with guns.
Yeah, with guns telling me where my papers. I'm in a fucking airport, you moron. Like, I have to legally get here I have to have a passport. Why are you asking me for a passport? Do you understand how dumb that sounds? Like it's, oh my God. So, the story writes itself. As far as my sister, she was studying botany. She was very much into agriculture.
Yes.
So she was really on her way to. This is one of the pilot programs that the California has been trying to catch up with countries like Japan, countries in Europe. Believe it or not, Germany has a very good agriculture as far as what they've revolutionized their urban farming.
Yes.
So
That makes sense.
California's really been trying to, keep up with the world, and that's what she was really trying to pursue.
Yes.
So we do have modern day civilized people of color, not just Latino, but it's one of these things where we're living right now in bizarre world.
Yes.
That doesn't allow really this country to really invest in their citizens. And I've continued to communicate this with your audience, that the United States really, because after this debacle of a situation, we're going to be we're not going to be hitting rock bottom. We're going to be in the dumpster juice.
we're digging a hole, but past bottom. We're past bottom now. We're digging a hole.
We're in the septic tank.
Yes, thank you. Out of the sewer into the septic tank. I like it. Yes,
absolutely. And the problem is, there's going to have to be a reset when it comes to. We talked about this as far as the economy, but
yes.
There's going to have to be a new way of at least investing, or you're going to have to redefine what it is to have a citizenship here.
Yes.
Because of this merit of, I'm an American, and I can trace my roots back to, these,
whatever stupid goalposts.
These poor Euro trash people that came here and that
fled Europe. Yeah, go on.
It's just these people that came here and somehow we call them our founding fathers.
Yes.
But nevertheless, my point is,
and those were only their versions of Bill Gates. Actually, their versions of. Oh, I'm so sorry. I can never get his name right. The cartel leader who was killed. I'm so sorry. Say his name.
El
Mencho. Yes, it's the founding fathers were simply the original white immigrants version of El Mencho. That's really what they were.
And that's giving them a lot of credit.
Oh,
but
good point. Touche.
But it is what it is. My point is, there has to be a level of. We saw this back in 2008 with Obama, where he preached hope, and for the most part, as a immigrant president that he had, he obviously wasn't born.
Yeah.
But this needs to be reinjected back into the nation.
Yes.
This sense of hope.
Yes.
And even the Republican Party is trying to pivot. At least, what I mean by that is the demographic from, the 18-year-olds to, 45,
mm-hmm.
Because the baby boomers are pretty much old and senile.
Yes. Oh, the dead walking, but go on. The Walking Dead.
Well,
there we go.
Well, this idea of protecting, the chosen people, and Jesus is coming back, and they're going to rebuild the temple, and all this is, unfortunately, it's a psyop.
Yes,
it's a psyop that has really, really has caused a lot of death.
Yes,
this mutilation of of theology that is really just, it's sad. It really is. It's sad in the sense that the people they claim they want to protect, they don't even like. that people, as far as Israel, doesn't even like
Yes.
us. You know, we're the goyim to them. We're
Yes.
dogs to them.
Yes.
We're you know, wherever you want to name it in the book. And you know, I'm not trying to, you know, be hateful.
It's just the way it is. It's just what it is.
You know, they
Yes.
have. I mean, they have a beautiful benefit package if you want to, you know, immigrate from that area. You know, especially as far as that, you know, race, they get to really be Americans without contributing. You know, and I'm not really hating. I would like that type of, you know, citizenship.
Yeah, wouldn't we all? I mean, Jesus Christ.
I'm not for it. I'm not against it. I just want to be included. You know, we can all hate each other in harmony. I've always said this. We don't have to like each other, but let's all hate each other in harmony. Let's all understand that, you know, we all can have our opinions, but do we have to fight for every single basic necessity? That's very moronic. And you know, I can go on for days. It's just it's one of these situations where people are already fed up.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we have people that continue to not understand that. And it's too late already. It's too late as far as the primary. They're going to get swept. They're going to get swept. And anybody in the Republican political class is going to lose their seat.
Thank God. We can only pray. Yes, go on.
Either that or they're going to pivot. But even then, Doug, that's if we even have an election.
Yeah, that's your point's well taken.
He is going to go after those nuclear facilities. And if this moron decides to strike, well, you're going to get Europe involved.
Yeah.
He's hurting a lot of people's money. He's hurting a lot of UEA money, the United Arabs.
Yeah.
That whole region, he's costing them money.
Oh, well, and that's putting it mildly. But yeah, he's hemorrhaging them. Yes, go on.
Well, he's hemorrhaging them, and he's pissing off people that own us. Okay.
Yeah.
He's not going to make it 4 years. Mark my words. And this is not a threat. This is just, he's not going to make it.
Yeah.
He knows that.
It's a logical conclusion just based on the fact that he's fucking with the power people and their money. Yes.
He's done.
True.
He's done. He's the person that Aquino put in place, the agent of chaos,
it's true.
Grandmaster Law. He is what he wanted to leave back in 2019.
Yes.
And he did for a reason. Why? Chaos.
Yes.
This man one day he cannot just shut his mouth.
No.
And this is this is not even evil anymore. This is just chaos. So he's done. He knows he's done.
Yes.
If it's not whatever entity that's still in that meat sock puppet or the last cheeseburger, he's done. If he, you know, it's, and I don't mean to repeat myself, but it's pretty much black and white now. So that's my little 2 cents. I know I did not really speak about my sister. It's still a little rough. I'm not gonna lie. It's a very sensitive subject in the sense that it's really opened my eyes to a lot of things that I'm still discovering.
Yes.
I've even had to reevaluate even the sense of how am I going to continue my walk with God as far as my faith. And it's not that I'm disavowing it. Absolutely not. But
of course not.
There's a lot more to just religion and paying your tithes. And not that I know this, it's just that really does kind of give you a perception of it's really what you leave behind.
Yes.
And obviously you're leaving a lot of great things behind as far as knowledge.
Thank you.
But in a lot of ways too, you know, what you leave behind is everlasting, especially the people that you make an impact. So, you know, I take that with a grain of salt, but in a lot of sense too, it's really also protecting yourself to continue to walk, because the human morale, the human psyche, as far as loss, and this, you've lost people, the audience, everybody in the audience for the most part has probably lost a loved one. Dealing with stuff like that it plays with you as far as emotionally, psychologically, and you have to really pace yourself to kind of, I'm not saying I haven't accepted, of course I have. It's just
well, in a
it's one
sense
of
we
these
never do. But go on. Yes.
Well, it's one of these mysteries that in life that you really, it's through time it gets a lot easier to cope with. You're never going to heal, obviously. You're never not going to wonder why, but in a lot of ways too, it prepares you for yours. So, I'm trying to make the most of what God's given me. And living in this time frame in history is really one of these things where it also puts things in perspective that it's destined for me to witness what I'm witnessing. So I have to make sense of it. And, obviously, you're a great blessing in my life to kind of assess what's going on. But, in a lot of ways too, it does help with other aspects of my life, because like me, everybody's enjoying this ride, if you want to call it that. So, that's just one of those 2 cents. But, it's just a lot right now. That's what's going on as far as in the world. So to even segue back to my sister, there's one of some of these cases that everybody can kind of find common in missing someone that you really thought should have been here longer. Like, man, why did they leave? Even you said, even your mother, you miss your mother and her knowledge and her knowledge of magic and history and all these things, where sometimes you want to, and you commune with her and you want to, and you have your moments of meditation, but the physical is a lot easier to access because they're there. You can tug them, you can commune with them, and you just have that intimate moment with them as far as your loved one. So, it's me trying to find that as far as how you even cope with things. I keep pictures and things of hers that I keep, but at the same time too, it's still there. So at the end of the day, I have thought to count my blessings. So I also have that side of the coin where I'm a very extremely blessed man. It's just, I wish I can help you.
Thank you.
The most I could.
Thought counts.
I really do.
I know that.
It's just, it's one of these things where I have to talk to you behind the scenes. It's a lot of things are changing in my life where you have to pivot.
Yeah.
And this has to do a lot with this administration, where you have to make some hard choices where, it's still, the plan's still going, but this is real. This is the real world. You have to pivot. In a lot of ways, it's a blessing in disguise. But that's just a little 2 cents. Okay, I know I'm all over the place, but it's.
Believe me, that's fine.
The best I can do.
That's great. It's great. It's beautiful. Let's show you a few things to reaffirm what you've pointed out. One of them was entered by Brendan Zoget in the text box here in the call. I don't know if you can see it, but if you scroll up, you'll see that Germany's producing in surplus, just like you said. California is trying to learn from the United Germans, and now their farms are giving away millions of potatoes after a bumper harvest so they don't spoil. So obviously, this is one of the dreams your sister had, was to help California truly excel as the breadbasket of the world, which is what we can be. We already are in many ways, but a lot of that has been devastated by mismanagement, incompetence, corruption. Of course, the fact that some of the most tentative care providers of the land were put in internment camps and never returned. And well, your own father was a victim of a mass deportation, even though he possessed a passport, was he not? And he was able to
Well,
get back.
what my dad is he was here legally to work. The
Yeah.
thing is, he always faced adversity.
Mm.
Mostly his education.
Okay.
My dad taught himself how to read and write, and obviously through his work in the church,
Mhm.
he learned a lot. Well, what my father always was good at, and I think there's anybody in any immigrant, there's always these immigrants, these outliers in the immigrant community that have the ability to have very good social skills to be likable even to people that are prejudiced towards them.
Mhm. Yeah.
And that's what my father possessed. He's very
Excellent.
charismatic.
Excellent.
He's just very likable person. And he had grace. That's what really helped him. And it's very undeniable. Some people have this ability. And that's what really helped my father kind of navigate. He was very unapologetic of who he was. He was respectful, but he did not care.
Mhm.
And it always worked out in his favor as far as continuing to be in this country. He really couldn't go back to Michoacan because he was involved in pretty much the prelude of what's going on now.
I understand.
Almost like the Wild Wild West type
Yes.
of thing.
Absolutely.
Now it's, believe it or not, even now it's that region of Mexico. They export a lot of their pharmaceutical grassroots products. A lot of them are really exporting them to Europe, believe it or not. A lot of the families now are making their fortunes in Europe.
Wow.
One, because it's the customers. Europe's view on drugs is a little bit more realistic than the United States.
Yes.
Europe actually pretty much understands that narcotics are narcotics. And I'm not saying they allow them, but it's an understanding more than the United States, where I always view the United States drug habit as almost as the religious person, going to, a tranny and loving trannies, but don't want to admit they love trannies. That
Yes.
sounds a lot like a lot of politicians.
Well, Republicans
You know
in
what I'm saying?
particular, yes.
Well, especially that aisle, I'm not saying Lindsey Graham participates, but it's, I don't know.
By the way, I want to show you something. We're gonna do a little screen share here, and let's see if I can do this. Let me see. Dear Brendan is saying round 2 comeback, and he's putting a link there that I'll look at in a few minutes. We'll get to it. Right now I'm going to do the screen share, and let's see if this works. Okay, so can you, Sammy, see the screen where the cursor is right now, moving the image in the screen? The American flag here, for instance.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So let me make this larger for the moment. Now, this individual on the left is Father Chad Ripperger of the Roman Catholic Church, whose profession is exorcism. Now, the reason the Roman Catholic Church allows one of its exorcists to take an interview from an asshole who's basically, his claim to fame is he's a former CIA agent, is obviously the church wants to get its perspective out. And this man is an effective mouthpiece because people love exorcism. People love demons. So if the Roman Catholic Church wants to get its message out publicly, it really has to send an exorcist. It's really the only way Americans listen. One thing you'll notice is that the CIA agent, former CIA, he's retired, who's interviewing him, he has a bullet-riddled American flag. He's got firearms all over the fucking place. He's got a lot of booze. Nothing mixes better than guns and booze, of course. And
Well, racism too. I mean, come on, sprinkle a little racism too. Come on.
that too. That too. I have one of these because my father died, and so that's a serviceman's death flag that was draped over that coffin. But anyhow, this individual, you will notice the lighting. So the CIA agent has his fluorescent light off. The light
Right.
is on the exorcist. And what's interesting is if you take a look behind the exorcist, of course we get the fucking ads, but hey, remember everyone, Douglas Dietrich doesn't give you ads. Anyhow, so the lights are dimmed behind the exorcist. The lights are actually dim, but when they focus back on the CIA fool, the lights are on behind him.
Oh, of course.
So the lights are on behind him to shine like an interrogation into the father's face, while he doesn't have to stare into bright lights. Like it's an interrogation. And at the end of this interview, this fucker actually gifts the exorcist a gun. He actually gives him a gift of a firearm. Not that I'm saying that's morally wrong, but it says so much. It just speaks volumes. Like, what do you do to show that you're a bro? You give a guy a gun. Kind of like, America's trade in illegal firearms south of the border, which, all those cartels combating each other, they're not fighting with homemade guns manufactured in Mexico. They're overwhelmingly supplied from the United States.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But
I mean, that's go ahead.
But here's what Chad has to say about are they God's chosen people? He basically has stated the church's position that Christ brought an end to the Jewish religion. That basically once Christ said there's no more sacrifices in the temple, that they ceased they ceased being Jews in practice. So when he says, who are the chosen people now? And he says, well, the big mistake is that people say that the people in Israel are the chosen people, but they rejected their God who was too harsh on them. When he came in the form of Christ, that none of these Jews are practicing their religion by offering sacrifice, so they're not living according to their own Judaic standards, and therefore there haven't been Jews for 2,000 years. This is basically his message. The Roman Catholic Church's message is there hasn't been Jews in practice for 2,000 years. Now, that's a very Christian position to take, and that's why Christ is the Antichrist of the Jewish people. But
You're right.
by trying to wage war to reestablish the Third Temple, the Israelis are waging a religious war so they can finally claim that they are Jews. This is the whole reason for trying to ethnically purge Jerusalem, which is a multi-ethnic city. My son's people, the Armenians, control a quarter of Jerusalem. But the Israelis are out to purge first the Palestinians, but after that, the Christians will be next on the list. The Roman Catholics also have a representative there in the Old City, as does the Greek Orthodox Church. All of that being said, what the Father is preparing for is the fact that the Israelis, if they're going to reestablish the Third Temple, they're going to have to get rid of the Roman Catholics, the Armenian Orthodox, the Greek Orthodox, because none of those people will allow the sacrifices in that temple to take place. They'll only take place if they purge those elements from the Old City. And if the Israelis do that and reestablish the Third Temple, they believe then they can finally make the claim to be the true Jews by practicing that sacrifice, that old-time religion. This makes the war apocalyptic. We are truly in a form of end times. Something is going to end because something's got to give. With that having been said, let me see if I can enter.
Can I ask?
By all
Can
means.
I, if you allow me? I would not be surprised, Doug, if the Catholic Church has intelligence there reporting back.
Oh, absolutely.
Or the Vatican is what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
this moron giving that guy a gun, it's like giving a Navy SEAL a fucking slingshot.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Yes. Delightful.
The-
Perfect.
The reason why I say this is because what this idiot doesn't realize is the Vatican never got bombed in World War II.
Yes, that's
The
right.
Vatican is pretty much has their own military.
Yes.
In fact, when ICE tried to raid the Catholic churches, they were told to stand down, and they did. They did.
Yes.
Why? Because you can't step into, a Catholic church in theory. I'm talking about in theory, but in a lot of ways, this is what I'm trying to say is the Catholic Church has always had intelligence. What they've related to this moron here is they kind of have to come out and I'm just kind of regurgitating what you're saying. They pretty much have to come out and say this now because they see the atmosphere of what's going on.
Yes.
And I'm not a Catholic, but there's a lot of similarities in the sense of 90%. And I'm including the child abuse too. I mean, come
Understood.
on,
Understood.
So
We're not
you're
denying
right.
that. Yeah, we're not denying that.
You're
Okay.
right.
Yeah.
You're right. And I would not be surprised if the Vatican has always had, agents there that report back, and things are in motion, and you see history repeating itself.
Yes.
So that's a very good point.
And
I never thought of it that way.
thank you. And there's a link that I put in saying Samuel Romero in the text box. I don't know if you can see it, but I'd like you to click on that link and kind of read that little bit of the headlines aloud for our listeners and tell me what your own impression is of that.
Now, we're talking about what again?
It's in the chat.
What?
It's in this text box of the call. Can you see it? Can you access it?
This what Brandon Zogate? Is that you
No,
want to read what
right
his?
above the one that says at Samuel Romero.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. If you see the one that's specifically your name on it, if you can't find it, I'll show you.
Got it. I got it.
Okay, good.
I got it. It's coming up.
I'd like your opinion on that. Yeah, I'd like your opinion on that. Not that you would necessarily know from the inside, mind you, but
No. I mean, come on, Doug. No, that's funny. That is funny. I wouldn't be surprised. In fact, there was this guy from El Salvador that actually survived being kidnapped by the cartels, and reason why is because he made incredible pizza. So
there you go.
The fact that he made pretty damn good pizza saved his life. So hey, if you're useful, you'll survive. So I'm not surprised. To be honest with you, these organizations, these criminal organizations, are pretty much their own governments themselves.
Yes.
They have an understanding. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that the brutality, but it's no different than the Rockefellers or the Kennedys, or the Bushes. They've done their atrocities, and
absolutely.
It's just,
for any who doubt,
brown.
Just think of the Pinkerton private detective agencies that were sent to kill Union strikers. Yes, so please continue. Yeah, just
so
yeah.
It's their crimes are labeled they're bootleggers, and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah,
they get
started
they
as
get
gangsters. Yes, and they became presidents. Yes, go on.
Well, you've talked about war was really a sport to the elite back in the days when they actually had balls to quote unquote go to war.
Yes.
I mean, obviously it was almost like wrestling, but at least they were there, right?
Yes.
And back to the Japanese, obviously the prime minister is there. Yeah. In your opinion, Doug, what was going through her mind? In your opinion, and to be honest with you, what do you think she was thinking of this moron, this ape, this troglodyte of a man in a monkey suit, blurting that out? And really, this is a testament to Donald Trump's frontal lobe really disappearing.
Believe it or not, from my own perspective, that was perversely, and I emphasize the point pervertedly, it was pervertedly one of his more endearing moments. And I'm sure,
Really?
yeah, because I knew she could handle that. Because when she went to visit Donald Trump, the first thing to notice, if you take a look, and the footage is readily available, you can take a look at Trump greets, Prime Minister Takeichi, the Prime Ministress, and Sanae Takeichi, when she meets Donald Trump, she does not bow. That's the first
Okay.
time any prime minister has never bowed, even a slight nod to president. She doesn't bother to bow. She runs up to him and hugs him in this fashion, what I call burp hugging. She burps him like a baby, like he's baby Huey.
Wow.
Yeah, and she just burps him on the back because he's like, it's like hugging an oak tree because he's so fucking big, fat, and so she like does this hug around him and burps him like a baby. And she basically is treating him like a big orange baby Huey. He's an infant to her. And it's kind of like she has the infant, and eventually the infant, no matter where you bring it, it's gonna shit. So
Right.
it's like, so, and her face has that expression on it, like, oh, well, the baby just did the diapers, so
You're
that's the
right.
expression she has.
Wow.
Yeah, and
Okay.
so she knows when, and afterwards, when they're doing this kind of speech, he's standing next to her while she's at the podium. Big American eagle on which they place their books so they can read their speeches, And
Right.
when she says it first, she says, while he's standing next to her, swaying like a tree in the wind, because it's so painful for him to stand because his ankles are all swollen. So he's like,
Right.
literally, it's painful for him to stand up. And he's like, just swaying next to her. He looks obviously physically uncomfortable, but he's happy as a clam with what she's saying. And she's just saying, just stroking him, saying, oh, his children, it's his son Barron's birthday. He's so handsome because he has Trump's genes. And, she's just stroking this guy because she has to get him to sign shit, and that's all she wants. Just get him to sign on to maintain, defense presence in Asia, to maintain, fucking do something about the Strait of Hormuz.
You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? And I don't mean to interrupt you, but that's actually very, very smart
Yes.
and
Yes.
very, very powerful in a
Yes.
way where literally this is a reason why women are probably more powerful than men. This is
Oh, yes.
more powerful than men.
Absolutely.
That she doesn't need to impose
Yeah.
her dominance. She does it just for ego stroke. She's literally stroking his
Yeah.
ego.
Yeah.
And him saying, oh, he's so handsome, like, her father, he's really insulting him.
Yeah.
He's really insulting his son.
Yes. Insulting
He's saying,
Barron. Yes.
I hope your son ankles swell up like yours. This is very, very like mic drop effed up. It's very cold, okay? It's almost like she's using her kindness and her femininity as, literally having his balls in a vice grip.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
It's very well. That's but it's very effective. So kudos to her. This is what you call a real diplomat that can use her soft power to, get stuff done. Unlike our president. So.
Thank you. By the way, here's how about this image? Can you see this? I'm doing the screen share. This is from Real Tech Geek, who I need to bring on the call sometime soon in the very near future, I promise. Anyhow, did you see this? Can you see this?
Yeah, I saw it. It's very interesting. It's gross, but hey, whatever it takes. And women have that tolerability. Women, I give her that. The women have the ability to act like they're enjoying it.
Yeah.
And
yes.
It makes me wonder about myself. It's like, man,
we all have to.
We
all have to.
But hey, it's.
Well, remember, I used to do that for Peter Moon. I would sit here and titter and coo and pretend to orgasm while Peter Moon.
Brooke wanted to stab herself with a fork. That kind of lets you know how much Brooke really hated that bastard.
Yeah.
To the point of she couldn't stand him, and obviously her choice of men lately, it makes you realize, wow, she really did not like him.
Well, she's
So
stepping up. I'd like to think she's stepping up.
no, I mean, I'm not saying she's not capable of, it's a little phase. I mean, come on, I'm not saying, it is what it is. It's not a big deal. But my point is, that's how much Brooke couldn't stand that bastard.
I don't blame her, of course.
So you're right. So, hi, Brooke. I hope you run for Congress or Senate or Lindsey Graham. I've always told her she would have a shot, but because honestly I've heard he's gonna lose a seat, so she might as well.
True enough. Oh, well, at any rate, well, we'll talk privately about Brooke and other things. I need to catch up with you, of course, and certainly look forward to that. Well, obviously, I want to thank you for joining us tonight, and let's take a look at what our friend Brendan Zoget sent us. Here we are, round 2. Germany steps up Indo-Pacific push, eyeing visiting forces pact with Japan. So I'll share the screen again. So here we are with, let's see if I can do the screen share. There we go. So here we have the defense minister of Germany with the defense minister of Japan. So they are expanding cooperation in what effectively is a second axis, increasing activities between their armed forces in response to, well, everything the Americans, the Russians, the Chinese, and the Israelis are doing. So,
and guess what, Doug? 10 years ago, you called it.
Thank you.
10 years ago, you were pretty much alluding to this. Hell, you were saying it.
Thank you. Yes.
And it's pretty much World War II in continuation.
Yes.
And finally, the press doesn't talk about this. The press doesn't talk about geopolitics. This is one of the things about even modern day news. It's so watered down to the point of it's just embarrassing.
Thank you.
Because this administration is just, it's pretty much the perfect storm. But
yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's just my sense.
And that's what it was intended to be. As you said, it was Michael Aquino's intention all along. And it's his legacy. We're living his legacy.
Well, he damn sure put the right monkey in the orange ape. And it's amazing how she treats him. And honestly, I think Trump probably thought she was hitting on him. That's the hilarious thing about it.
I believe that, yes.
It is, and I'm not trying to be like, are you serious? No, Trump probably really thought she was some type of masseuse or something. That, oh, wow.
Yes.
I didn't go to Vietnam, but, this is the closest thing to it. Anyways, but
of course we all hear he likes him younger, but that's for
I mean, she's a very petite woman, and
true.
That he'll work with it. I mean, but I have to do some daddy duties, but
Understood.
it was great.
Please continue. No, continue. Yes.
It was great. Honestly, you having your platform. I try to do my best not to be all over the place, but I think our listeners understand my point. I think as a nation, we really need support to continue, because this eventually is going to pass. It's just, we cannot have a government now that is all about our military, and I mean, come on, there has to be a rebuild process, and we talked about that. Yes. Where things have to be reset to where it has to come down to the basics, and obviously you'll probably get more to depth in the future about that, as far as how can we reorganize pretty much, and you did last week. You did a great job, or the previous week.
Thank you.
But that's just my little 2 cents. Okay.
Well, hopefully you can continue listening tonight, or catch up when it publishes, if your duties take you elsewhere. We love you dearly. Share our love with your brother Isaac, and hopefully all is well with his family as well as yours.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay. Excellent. Blessed be. Okay, and that's Sammy. We're going to go now into monologue. Before we do, of course. So, dear Aristides, anything in particular that you feel you might have found that should be brought to our listeners' attention?
Okay, give me a moment.
Oh, no worries.
Uh,
Yeah, take your
I
time.
can no, I'll head there, but
Oh.
I didn't have it
Yeah, take your
yeah,
time.
on
Once you're
tip of my
there,
tongue.
I'll just read something entered by Brendan
Yeah.
Soget. The Jewish revolts against Roma between 66 to 136 Anno Domini, or of the Commodal Era, after Christ had come and gone, were a series of major uprisings in Judea and the diaspora, driven by religious oppression, heavy taxation, and a desire for independence, resulting in devastating loss of life, the destruction of the Second Temple 70 years after the coming of the Christ, and the acceleration of the Jewish diaspora. With that, we are joined by Holly Kiefer. Welcome aboard, honey.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
Thank you. Just wanted to get a quick comment in before you roll out.
Actually,
monologue time.
I'll certainly talk with you for several minutes, and then what I'd like to do is
Okay.
actually take a quick trip to the restroom, and hopefully you can hold the conversation with Aristides. Is that okay? You can handle that?
If
Go for it.
he's game.
Excellent.
I think we can
Okay,
handle
good, good.
All right.
Excellent.
He's my boy.
Yes, yes. So, but first, tell us how you're doing, Holly. How are you?
Oh man, pretty beat up. But I caught a lot of you guys so far.
Yes.
But I might have missed. Has Cuba come up?
No, not yet.
Cuba?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And but I brought it
'Cause
up with the last episode. I did bring it up last episode.
Oh, did you? Okay, great. I didn't catch that. But that's certainly another affront of this war.
Oh yeah, yeah. Trump's
Big time.
That's if Trump. This is what makes Trump so dangerous, because he's failing so hard. He's fallen on his face so flat in Iran. He may very well open a second front just as a distraction. I mean, he's that sane.
It's been going on for months.
Yes. Yeah.
They've been blockaded.
Well, as
The
bad as that
suffering is terrible.
Yeah, as bad as
Yeah.
that is, there's a difference between that and outright invasion.
And
So-
shelling. Yeah.
Shelling and invasion.
It's still in the low intensity phase.
Yeah. Bad as it is, it's bad. But yeah.
But it's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
It counts.
and you yourself personally, honey, before we dive back into that. Yeah.
Pretty. He's kind of flatlined. Nothing terrible. Nothing great.
No news is good news.
And just slogging along, and in the constant horror and impending doom, which we all try to do whatever we can to keep our wits. I mean, the only thing of value I've got is my sanity.
Yes. But
And
well,
so-
you and I could argue that we checked out on that together a long time ago, but
I know, but I still need the last shred I got to navigate. So I need to defend it, you know what I mean? Which means not like, watching the news all day long.
Yes.
But yeah, I had to throw the Cuba thing in there.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. No,
And,
it's a vital and valid factor, and it's a slow burn. Cuba is a slow
Yeah.
burn right now. It's sad. It's sad.
Yeah.
By the way, if you're listening, Sammy, if you didn't know, Chuck Norris's original name, as Brendan found out, was Carlos. Carlos Norris. And then he becomes a big pro-Israelite, celeb.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
So him and Robert Mueller are in the Bardo together.
Robert Mueller. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that idiot. Yeah. I'm dancing on that fucker's grave just as much as Trump is. Because of what he didn't do. He didn't prosecute Trump. He didn't go after him in any meaningful way. He was just jerking everybody off for months and months and months.
The only thing I could say on his behalf is, even though that's 100% true, it was way more than any other Republican would do. So,
it doesn't redeem it. But I get what you're saying. I appreciate what you're
kept
saying.
it in the back of my mind. He did put his ass out there
No, not really.
and protected it. Well, he covered it. Let's put it that way.
Have you ever heard the
Ass
term
coverage?
Have you ever heard the term gooning? Do you know what that means? Gooning.
Gooning. I have, but remind me.
Real Tech Geek was talking about gooning one time when he was on our program, which is
Yeah.
masturbating for long periods of time, where it goes flaccid, then it goes back up,
Ooh.
but you're cruising for
Ah.
porn and or whatever it is that you're doing that maintains stimulation. It's like a
Yeah.
self-challenge to keep it going as long as you can before
Aha.
orgasm.
Right.
That's
Right
what
on.
Robert Mueller was doing. He was gooning. It was like a
Yeah, I guess so.
yeah, in public, no less. In public. Only it was like watching someone jack off forever without the cum shot. There was no money shot.
And still he got a garbage load full of hate mail and death threats.
Well, as
Even
well,
so.
as well he should have for
hear
not producing, what do you call it, for no money shot? Yeah, he should have gotten the death threats, albeit
From
for
his
different
own
reasons.
side.
I understand, albeit for different
Yeah.
reasons. Yes, that's
Yeah. Yeah, I can't say much good about him.
So good. Sammy heard that. He says another Charlie Sheen concerning Chuck Norris. Yeah, Carlos Norris.
And you know Charlie Sheen does a lot of gooning.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about the kind of honorary whiteness that was acquired once they succeeded.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But,
Right away.
So, darling, let's see if we can bring Aristides on, and I'll just take a moment to relieve myself and be right back. And then the three of us will merge into monologue. Oh,
Very
Aristides,
good.
thank you so much. All right. So, you ready, Aristides, for a little convo with Holly?
I'm here.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Hi.
All right.
How you doing, man?
All right. I'm gonna browse here for some things I
Yeah, please.
may have
Can
saved.
I get an East Coast weather report, quickie?
It's getting pleasant.
Pleasant
days.
Nice.
Yeah. Not feeling cold when you go out.
Stuff starting to bloom and leaf.
Go out. Yeah. Feeling like
That's cool.
like spring. That's the report feeling. Yeah.
That's right. Very good. Very good. Yeah. See what you can come up with.
Yeah.
I got nothing.
There's so much. It's just.
I know
it's
so much. I
just
got
a
nothing.
question of what? Do you want to talk about Iran stuff? That's
Anything goes.
Gosh, or wait till Doug gets back, and
Yeah, there's that.
there's just so much. What a
We can recap them. Yeah, what a shit show.
what a shit show that whatever they were trying to pull off, that's not going very well.
No.
Supposedly behind
And
the
there's-
scenes. Well, go ahead.
No, you go first.
No, I don't know. I'm not up on like the mainstream news. I don't know what was said there. Supposedly,
Right.
Netanyahu may have denied it, publicly, but the report is in private. He was hoping that Mossad could create a revolt or
Oh, yeah.
or-
People were all going to want to go vote American.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Thinking they could get Iranians to just turn on their country, and
To love us.
they're frustrated. That didn't happen, and it's like, well,
we
what
could have told
now?
them that.
What now?
Yeah.
Like, well, shit, we got this. Now we got this war, and we're getting hammered. They didn't rise up in revolution and throw off, their government on our behalf. Gee, go figure. And now we're just getting pounded by missiles.
And there's been 2 big plane crashes on our side that we know about. Both
I think-
supposedly
Yeah.
them not shooting us down. Oh, no, it was our
Yeah,
malfunction.
Yeah, right. Well, I
Right.
think in total there were several. I don't know the size of them.
There's that
but-
refueling
Mhm.
fleet, and I guess one of them crashed
Tanker, yeah.
mysteriously, very
Yeah, so-
mysteriously.
Yeah.
Doug probably knows more about that.
Okay, I'm
You can
back.
tell, like, now they don't know what to do. Trump doesn't know what to say. They thought something was going to be a slam dunk that wasn't, whatever that was. And now it's just like,
What?
what?
What are we talking about? I just got back. So, what did they think?
Oh, the fact that Trump thought that the Iranian
What-
people were going to rise up and demand
Well-
McDonald's.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if he thought so, it's probably because someone put that in his ear, and
Yeah,
I'm
that's
seeing,
right. Oh,
I'm seeing
we do know.
Well, right. I'm seeing a unofficial report that behind the scenes Netanyahu was hoping that Mossad would foment a revolt there. Of course,
Yeah.
publicly they would never admit that, but
Right. But
But,
they were CIA.
yeah.
and
So
around in
they go to
there,
Trump
yeah.
and they're like, "Hey, man, this is gonna be a slam dunk, man. Like, let's just
Right.
let's just kick this off, and they're gonna rise up against their horrible government and on our behalf,
Well, he's
and-
totally been the pile driver up Trump's ass this whole time.
right.
I
Just
mean,
just thinking that
They were in the peace conference.
just thinking
Yeah.
that that they would just rise up. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We
Yeah.
want to. Oh, thank you for liberating us. It's like,
Well,
and that didn't happen. And now they're getting pounded by missiles, and nobody knows what to do.
yeah.
Right.
Yes.
But I
yes.
do think that no matter what happens with us, Israel won't stop.
That's right.
They want to go full Palestine on it. And there isn't going to be any negotiation with them. They'll say, sure, and just keep shelling.
Mhm.
And even have a few meetings, shelling all the while. They're still actively killing Palestinians at the health clinic,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's don't even
Active,
get me started.
right along.
Yeah.
And their rear flank, the settlers, are the power over
Mm-hmm.
there now, running it in the meantime until they
Well-
redevelop. And they're off the chain. They're
Well,
doing whatever they
supposedly
want.
it's so bad. It's so bad there. They're, power's getting knocked out, and they're getting wrecked. So of course there's going to be civil unrest, and they're like spilling over into Palestinian lands, like, I guess going in there and sacking and
Oh God, that's
and
all they
looting.
want.
I mean,
yeah,
at an even faster rate than their default rate. Is what I'm saying.
they're the plan now. Just burning houses and everybody. It's
Yeah, it's
wild.
going. It's nuts. I'll find some video, but it's
God,
the cops there are fighting the what do you call it, the Orthodox even more now. Before
Right.
they're just fighting in the streets because they're probably like, you guys, you're take that thing off and put on a uniform, you're going, and they're like, fuck this.
Right. Because they're the rear flank too. So they're
Yeah.
shoving all the fundamentals over to keep Palestine nailed down
Yeah,
and kill who's ever left.
Yes.
That's what
Well, they
they're
were
doing.
fu-
They're mopping
they
up.
were fighting before this over the military conscription.
And I heard they didn't have to go.
No, they did. It's not something changed. They
Okay,
They
as
were
the
starting
war
to
went
draft
on.
If we're talking about the Hasidic or
Yeah.
fanatically religious Jewish practitioners who
Yeah.
feel they should not serve because they should be allowed to just study the Torah all their life, like
Too holy.
like they do in New York City and collect welfare just for that. Well, basically, my understanding is that the compromise was reached where, yes, they are inducted into the military, they are forced to wear uniforms,
Yeah.
but they're only in the rear with the gear and the beer,
Right.
as they would say in Vietnam.
Yeah.
In other
Yeah,
words,
yeah.
they're
Yeah.
paratroopers. They
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
are support roles.
They didn't want to do that, though. I'm sure they didn't want to do
Oh,
that.
I'm sure. Yeah, well, that goes without saying. I mean,
They don't like to be told what to do.
Yeah, I mean, if I wonder if they would have them as medics because they have such a fetish about blood and shit that
Mhm.
certainly they wouldn't want to treat wounded female soldiers. For instance, they wouldn't touch them.
Right.
Because she might be on her period, and and might bleed all over me. I mean, because they're that disgusting, they're that misogynistic.
And Israel drafts
yeah,
women.
yeah, Israel drafts women. That was my point. Yeah, so they
Yeah.
wouldn't want to be treating these,
And then
female
won't give them
prostitutes.
care. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Imagine having one of those fuckers as a medic, and you're an injured female, and the fucker won't touch you because he's, are you
No.
bleeding? Yes, I'm bleeding. No, I mean, down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How
to
do
your
you
right.
twat?
Yeah. But which, by the way, I love the anthropological theses that was shared by Holly Kiefer in a recent episode, where she brought up the anthropological theses that many researchers concluded that because of menstruation, women they needed a lot of caloric input, and so that forced the men to leave the cave and go out hunting, right? Could you elaborate a little more
Killing.
on that? Yeah.
Yeah, meat.
Yeah, meat. Yeah, they needed
Women. It's
meat.
women that need meat. Yeah, which is ironic,
Yeah, but
But that's true. As
uh,
long as they're bleeding as heavily as we do.
yeah, that makes
No
perfect
other
sense.
animal does that.
Yeah,
And so men could live like apes. They
Yeah.
could pretty much live on fruit and
right,
plants.
and nuts.
It's the women that need the meat. Yeah.
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 So
Nuts and grains and
No, it's absolutely true. That makes perfect sense. But of course, it's well beyond that. Obviously, if I had the misfortune of being alive in those days, I too would leave the cave and kill anything just to be away from a woman who's bleeding. Because, not
You're
because
right.
of the Jewish sense, it's simply because she'd be bitching and scratching, and we didn't have chocolate in those days. So without chocolate, I mean, women are just, they're monsters.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily superimpose that on fucking Cro-Magnon man.
Oh, well,
But
if the woman's on the rag,
nonetheless,
if the woman's on the rag, the guy said, the Cro-Magnon or Neanderthal is going to be saying, fuck, I'm either going to kill this bitch or I'll just go out and kill anything. I'm willing to take on mastodons, saber-toothed tigers, a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
well, okay.
Rather than-
I'm saying, it sounds like not that there weren't women that went out to hunt.
That's true.
Plenty.
No, they have found.
That's proven.
Yes,
Yeah.
they found anthropological evidence that women did hunt. Well, of course, if I were bleeding that profusely and I were that hungry and I felt the guy wasn't bringing back enough meat, I'd go out and get my own too, right? So, I mean, yeah.
No, not like that. But let me not lose that
Train of thought.
Oh, and the hope, or at least when things were simpler,
Yes.
that there was a supportive society that didn't cause women to go berserk.
Okay, I see what you're saying. That's yeah. In other words,
I love how they call menopause the change.
yeah.
Hey man, nothing changes. I want to kill myself, but I still have to, business as usual.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. And
Yeah, there ain't no change.
Yeah, and it's just, and it's so hard to work when you're cramping. Yeah, literally, and honestly, it's just, yeah, it's hard. It's really
Well,
hard.
it's
to be
worse
honest.
for some women than others.
Yeah, true, but
Big time, really big time.
yeah, but it's definitely.
And it never,
Yeah.
yeah.
Go on, yeah. But,
I never had a lady problem in my life, but menopause about killed me. And not because I, was sad I couldn't have a baby at all. But physically, it fucked me all up.
Oh my God. Well, it's just.
But
hard
a
to-
lot of
yeah.
that was because what I had to do.
Yeah.
Earn a living,
Yeah, that fucking sucks.
drive around, it's fucked, there's no way to take it, even, make it different.
Yeah, well, it's just hard to be a woman. It really is. It's
Fucking A.
yeah, no, it's I couldn't stand it. I
Fucking
couldn't
A.
imagine what it's like, really. No matter how much I dress like one. Yeah, I could never understand what it's like to be one, and don't really want to.
Well, and that is something that I wonder about with a certain percentage of the trans community. Are they sure that they can? Because sometimes it almost feels like men want to be the new, better women.
Interesting.
And that kind of makes me feel a little creepy. I'm not
Yo,
saying that is any kind of law or truth.
No, I get it.
Especially, don't give me pregnant people. I'm sorry. Don't do it.
So what are you? I take it that you're alluding to a certain form of transgender who or gay male who opts for a male pregnancy.
Well, in that, no, but when the whole pronoun thing came up,
Mm-hmm.
you couldn't say, and was born, you couldn't say pregnant woman anymore.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
help me out here, because believe it or not,
And
I'm
so
forgetting.
that's kind of
That's
weird.
one of those issues that I don't deal with too much, believe it or not. So, what were they asked to say instead? What were people asked to say instead?
Pregnant person.
Pregnant person. That is so
Pregnant
fucking stupid.
people.
That is so
That
fucking
is
stupid.
like, and it's a little scary, because it could be said that the seat of history's long misogyny and war between men and women was based on that.
Of course. Yeah.
Right?
Of course. Well, that certainly was a major factor. Yes. Yeah.
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 And so that was like we can do anything they can do, but they can't do that.
Right. Well, bear in mind at the time, what Holly was referencing earlier when she was, shall we say, I don't know if the word is correcting me, but just kind of qualifying. When Holly was qualifying what I was saying about, oh shit, the bitch is on the rag, I just gotta leave the cave and go out and kill something, or I'm gonna kill her. And she was pointing out the fact that, well, this was a much more matriarchal time. And in that matriarchy, that matrix, or matrix, depending on your dialect, of a matriarchal, the matriarchal matrix, if you will, that was a society in which there was no real evidence that men were part of the life producing process. You could basically maybe time it to a degree that there was an intuition that this man helped produce this child, that the child was this man's son or something. But it really wasn't understood to the degree that we understand it today, where we obsess on DNA testing and the like to prove who's the dad. In other words, sometimes woman would give birth and the father was not necessarily identifiable. Or nobody cared to
But
really
that's all
identify
about the
themselves as such.
commodification of children.
Yeah. Which was part of the
maybe they weren't
socialization.
always, for sale like that.
Yeah. But definitely
it was always.
But women were seen as the vessel of life. Women were definitely
Right.
seen as the vessel of life, and that's what made them different. Yeah. So yeah, and that's why it was much more matriarchal.
But in some places respected. Rome, not so much.
Well, that's a lot.
That's why I
later.
still blame Rome. Yeah, they fucked it up. And we're too much like Rome.
Well, actually, the Greeks, if you want to do it Western civilization style, the Greeks were the first to take first to really manifest and articulate that misogyny to extensive degree. The Romans were merely aping them, but so blame the Greeks, really. But such having been qualified, what I would like both Aristides and Holly to do is stay on call. I'm going to dive into monologue, and I just want both of you to interject whenever you wish. Before I suck all the oxygen out of the room, anything else come to mind, Aristides, that you feel we should be paying attention to?
I could weed through a number of things here. Just give me 1 second.
Oh, take your time, and whatever strikes you as, hey, look at this. Feel free to express that, and also don't be afraid to interject when I'm monologuing. That reminds me, and then bring something up. Yeah.
All right, let me just scan through. Let's see, I didn't send it along yet. I just got a.
Oh, by the way, I apologize for not looking at what you sent earlier. I'll try and look at it after tonight's show, probably sometime tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll have to go back and look at what that was.
There's some links that you sent, both the Infinite Call and myself.
Video. Oh, the AI video by Iran. Like they won the propaganda war in less than a minute right there. With with the Netanyahu and Trump kneeling before the ball statue, and
Oh.
that we sacrificed all the school kids, it's really tremendous. Trump says, and then Ball's like, more, I want more, and then like the missile comes in and blows it up.
Oh well,
Whoa.
Like
that was
just
part
propaganda,
where they
not
ruined
saying.
it. The part where
Yeah.
they ruined it was where the missile comes in and blows it up. The show just stopped with them demanding more. That was
Right.
But go on.
Well,
Yes.
And not, I'm just saying not to, take sides or anything, but just propaganda. It was very well executed propaganda,
How do you like that?
which we apparently don't have. We just have like guys
Yeah.
blabbering on TV, and I don't know,
And
I don't know what we
sloppy
have.
shit.
We don't have any. I don't know. We don't have any propaganda.
Just goes to show you they're not backward savages. Who knew?
Actually, like Joseph Goebbels said, all
Yeah.
America has is propaganda.
Well,
It
not
is
now.
so, it's so pervasive.
Well, okay, yeah, maybe in words and phrases, but nothing that strikes like that, and then these days it just comes off as excuses, not propaganda.
Right. Got it. No,
Back in the day, back in the sure, it's different now.
Yeah. No, I appreciate what you're saying. In other words, there's no. It's not. It's indefinable. It's indefinable because it's static. It's background noise. It's just always there, but it's like that.
Right.
It's like
Whereas
tinnitus.
this, you see that, man. That just you're not getting that out of your eyeballs.
Yeah, that's right. Heather's joined us. Oh, Heather, honey, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Well, much the better for you joining us. And how's your family?
Everything's okay. My mom is still in a rehab. She's going to be there for a while, and I'm kind of concerned about her, catching something because she's got a broken arm. So I don't know what she's going to rehabilitate.
Right.
She has to wait 2 weeks to see her doctor to see if she even needs to have a surgery or if it's getting better. So
right,
I don't know.
Mother-in-law, your mother-in-law.
Yeah, mother-in-law, the only mother I have. So yeah.
Right. And I'm so sorry she broke her arm, and that must be incredibly stressful. Is Vin visiting her a lot?
Yeah, we've been down there once, and she's got a lot of friends that go and see her and stuff, so she's never really alone.
Yes.
It's just yucky. Being in those places is never fun.
Of course not. No, but she might be enjoying herself in ways you don't know about.
She might be.
Yeah, might be playing pinochle.
My mom loved going to the hospital.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I mean, honey, it's probably not that bad, really. I mean, she's meeting new people. Might be playing shuffleboard. It's like, there you go. I mean, but do you know when they're gonna release her? They must have an estimate.
No, she's actually not in the hospital anymore. She's in the rehab, and like I said, the arm doctor isn't even going to see her for 2 more weeks. So I'm sure the insurance company is going to want to keep her in there as long as they can, to get their money. So
right.
Oh no,
she's paying.
Place, it's like we might have a hard time. Like if we're trying to get her out of there, I don't know if a medical power of attorney helps with that or what.
It would, but it sounds like she's lucid.
Yeah,
and she could tell them.
Because
if they're charging you crazy money,
how much? Oh, I mean, I shouldn't be asking how much, but I mean, I don't understand. How is she not covered? I mean, no,
she is covered, but we just don't want her to be there when I can be taking care of her here. We got her an electric wheelchair. They can send a therapist to the house,
Yeah.
Why don't you just come in and snatch her? I mean, can't they say? I mean, what are they gonna say? No.
Well, then they cover her bills, maybe.
What's that?
Yeah, they might not cover her bills if she just takes off.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess
there's shit like that. But yeah, you'll find out.
Right, Aristides? You had some input. Oh, well, I mean, continue, Holly, by all means. Yeah. Sorry.
In other states where I've dealt with this, you get a possibility of 21 days in a rehab, but none of them want to keep you that long.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
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 it depends on the demand,
Uh,
but there's always a demand. So I wouldn't think that they would keep her in a bed for too long.
Well, yeah,
mhm.
yeah. I
That's
mean, or she was never really too much on her feet. I mean, because she had problems, with walking. She had the walker and stuff. Now she can't
Mhm.
use the walker. Who knows what's going to happen? We got to make sure she doesn't get any kind of secondary thing going.
right. And now she's going to be wheelchair bound for
Pretty
good.
much. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Until she can walk with the walker again.
Oh,
But
because of her arm.
Yeah.
what?
Her arm's broken, so she can't use the walker.
Oh, well, that's what the rehab's for. They're gonna help her heal.
Yeah, but
and,
they
and
ain't gonna do anything till the doctor comes in 2 weeks.
oh,
When the arm heals, that's why I got her electric wheelchair. That way she can run the electric wheelchair with one arm.
Right.
Yeah.
right. But you don't want her to make that permanent. You want her walking with the walker again, right?
Oh no,
Yes.
we want to make it permanent. Hell yeah.
He doesn't want her falling down again.
Electric wheelchair. If she's going to use a walker, I'd rather have her electric wheelchair. Then she can't fall because she breaks
Oh, okay. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
the
Okay.
wheelchair than a walker.
Well, then just
So is
kidnap
she
her.
doing PT? Is she doing PT in the rehab?
For PT, but if her arm's broken, and she doesn't have a cast on, the arm's got to heal before she can do PT. She can't do PT
Yeah.
on her arm with a broken arm.
Today they had her
That's the
using
thing. It's
other
the doctor's the problem. Shit.
Yeah.
Where is it? Jesus.
Can't you call the doctor?
arm. No, they're all so obsolete. They go there at 6:00 in the morning for 5 minutes.
Well, it's on the weekend.
I didn't hear Vin. He's way out of ear range. Earshot. What did they say?
Anyway,
So he didn't hear
what?
Monday.
Okay. So
Monday, Monday I'm going to take care of it. I mean, on the weekend you can't get a hold of anyone. They won't give you their.
Oh no.
of
Weekend's
course
out.
not. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
You'll
I
figure
mean,
it out tomorrow.
I presume
Yeah.
since the doctor, of course, arrives on site because it's like bending down and picking up $100 bill off the floor. They get literally paid by the insurance $100 for that visit. For every patient that they are quote unquote visiting. Like you could have 6 patients in a room. That's like picking up 6 $100 bills out of a room.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
When the doctor walks in. So they're going to be there for that. So just lurk to ambush them outside, the gate, so to speak. And then when they show
that's
up,
basically what I'm going to do.
yeah.
Insurance company should be happy with me because I'm like, look, send her home. Send us if you want to do whatever you want to do. Send the people to our house. It's far cheaper than the rehab. So
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, or you take her to the doctor's office.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
take her. So
yeah, so we'll figure it out one way or another.
Worst come to worst.
Yeah.
yeah.
So thank you for sharing
And
that.
anything you can get a nurse practitioner for instead, go for it. you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah, of course.
there's that angle many
Some money.
times.
I mean, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, definitely our prayers are with you. And how are you doing? How is the after effects of the surgery? Your eye?
But I can
Yeah.
see now.
I didn't hear that.
Clearly now.
You can see clearly now. Good.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Wow. That's
Are-
great.
Are you happy with what you're seeing?
Very happy. I think I bamboozled Heather in this one in this marriage thing.
Yes. It's adorable.
Right
Okay.
on.
Thank you for sharing that. Yes.
Yeah, so I'm getting my other eye done the 6th of next month, so that's good.
Oh wow. Good for you.
Yeah.
What is this again? Cataracts?
Yeah, and the general anesthesia was definitely the way to go. The doctor said
I
so
don't understand.
Hell
why,
yes.
Why didn't they do both the cataracts at once?
because then they don't
'Cause
want
then
me
he'd
to
be-
have my eyes- both my eyes fall out. That would be really bad.
Right. He'd be stone blind for recovery.
Oh, okay, good point. So I mean, I thought maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my memory's wrong about that. But both my parents had cataract surgery when they were alive. I could have sworn they both had both eyeballs done at once when it was done.
Now, yeah, not the way they do it now.
Okay, so they're very cautious. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah. Usually they just do it under local anesthetic. It's rare to do it under general, but they did it under general for me.
Okay.
So that was nice.
Oh wow.
I like
Cool.
that.
Yeah.
It costs
great.
more.
Yeah.
Well, the VA just did it. They're like he's got too many issues, so that was the reason for doing it. And because I asked my psych doctor, my psych doctor's like, general is always better because you cannot move. So I said, okay, doctor.
Yeah.
And knockout surgery sedatives these days are a joy. It ain't your granddaddy's gas anymore.
Yeah.
I had that as a kid. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I woke up screaming.
Oh.
But now a little fentanyl and a little bit of that propanol. Oh man, it is sweet and it lasts a little while.
Anyway, yeah.
And then you crash and you're like, ah.
What did Vin say as he walked away?
The kitchen. Yeah, so I got in a car accident too.
Oh, sorry to hear this.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about last week that I couldn't mention, but I don't think it's going to be like a major thing,
Good.
Yeah, somebody rear-ended me.
Oh.
It's awful. I'm so
yeah, but it's you're scot-free in terms of liability.
Yeah. And so like honey, you said there was no injury. You're not? You did?
No.
Oh, thank God.
No, I'm fine. It did set off my fibromyalgia a little bit.
Okay. Right.
Airbag?
No airbag. It wasn't that bad. I mean, I had the car.
I fear those.
Yeah, I thought that the oil was leaking out, but what it was is there was a spare tire under the car where we had an oil spill in the trunk, and so it was all this pooled oil.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
So,
I mean, that's frightening. I'm
well.
Yeah,
and the other people that rented the lady that hit me was in a rental, and they're scoundrels, that company.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I mean, don't be afraid to call them out.
I don't think they have any insurance.
Say again.
I don't think they had any insurance.
Yeah. So since they didn't have any insurance, your car was
they
damaged?
didn't?
No.
Oh hell.
Yeah.
Did it mess up your car very much?
Well, not very much.
Because usually
those
kind
of things don't get reported.
Yeah, no. Luckily, the spare tire that was welded under the bumper took most of the brunt of it, so it fell off.
That oil might have saved your wagon.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Oh, and all the oil busted out. No shit.
Yeah. So
that would be scary.
We had a spare. We didn't even think there was one back there.
Hilarious.
Yeah, so everything's fine with that. It's just pain in the ass trying to handle everything,
Yeah, and I guess that driver's in big trouble.
Oh, she was just on drugs. She was crazy. She's not going to get in trouble.
Insurance. Isn't that the norm for most of the population in your area?
Yeah, no, but we're in Sun City. There's nothing like that.
But don't they punish the hell out of you for no insurance?
Well, yeah, insurance. The rental car is like one of those little rental car companies, and it said on a rental thing that she was paying insurance. So it had an insurance company in Georgia, and they said they don't insure it. So it had fake insurance.
It was fake insurance from the owners.
So the rental car got sued for $1.8 million like a couple months ago.
Yeah, for frauding their customers.
So she thought she had insurance. They were probably charging her $20 extra a day for insurance.
Oh man. What's
scoundrel.
Yes, well, that's what Holly meant. I mean Heather. I keep calling Heather Holly and Holly.
You always do that. Okay.
Sorry.
It happens.
Oh,
yeah,
we don't mind.
Heather missed too, but
yeah.
So anyway, we'll see what happens. We'll figure that out. But anyway, the car Target. We pick up the car Monday, so everything's good.
Yes.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Excellent. Okay. Excellent. So thank you for that.
Which is Monday.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. And so, well, I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said, Vin?
So we're all on the same page. Tomorrow is Monday.
Yes, yes.
Okay, good.
And now, by the way, are you an hour ahead of us now?
It is 8:03 here.
Oh, okay.
So they're the same as California.
You're the same as California now that we've entered daylight saving. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're in daylight saving now, and now we're on the same page, time-wise as well. So we're in the same time as you. Okay, excellent, excellent. Normally you'd be an hour ahead of us when we're standard.
Right.
Well, always so good to speak to you, share our love with your mother, and you know, our love to both of you. Such a lovely couple.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was just thinking, Ollie, if you were planning on coming out, this would be a perfect time to come visit.
Yeah.
I'll bet the desert's going to be a blooming.
Yeah, it's hot here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's hot. How are you handling the heat, both of you?
Inside.
Okay, just inside. Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
Wow.
You got it.
So such having been said, yes, they are in a city.
So you won't get rain until like August, hopefully, in the monsoons.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're in a city of the dead and the elderly. The elderly and the dead. Yes, it's a necropolis. The dead and those waiting to join them.
There's some mold going on too.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah.
On the walls? Your home?
At the cemetery.
Oh, at the cemetery, yes. Yeah, well, that's to be expected. Have you told anyone? Are there any groundskeepers?
Yeah, I did. I finally, because I've been going there for like a year frequently, you know, and I noticed it started on one building. Now it's spreading to the other buildings. I don't know what's going on, but I in my contacts on my Facebook from when I used to work there, I had the regional manager in my contacts, so we were friends, and I was able to message him and just send him a few pictures and let him know in case he didn't know, which he didn't know. Yeah, it's gotten bad.
Yeah,
new molds. I thought you were talking about the valley fever kind of molds.
I don't know about that. I really don't know.
The tectonic fungal clouds.
Jesus.
Oh, I don't know. Christ. Are they white clouds or black clouds?
No, it's a mold, and everybody in Arizona is scared of getting valley fever, right?
Yeah, of course, and rightly so. No, it's invisible. It's invisible. Go on.
Oh, honey. Yeah, it rises up when you break the soil.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's in the dirt.
Yeah.
And, so that's happened. Now it's breaking out in like San Jose and shit. It's everywhere.
Jesus Christ.
And the test is Epstein-Barr disease.
Oh, that's what they come back as?
Yeah, it's a blood test. Real simple, real cheap.
Yeah, I've heard of that. I didn't know it was related to mold.
Oh,
yeah,
no, well...
the tectonic fungal cloud that rises up out of the
air. Jesus fucking Christ.
From all these ricky-ticky developments and military shit and what all.
Yeah, hellborn. But by the way, Mr. 1213 asks, Douglas, what is your opinion about what President Trump said about Japan while Japan's PM sat next to him? So I entered in text for him. I hope you heard my reply to that very question with Sami Romero, Mr. 1213. If not, please review it after our live stream uploads. I will timestamp it. Aside from that, we were also asked earlier by Mr. Douglas Marks 2867. He says, I have a biblical question for you. Do you believe that the sins of the father have to be paid for by his son, and the sins of the mother have to be paid for by her daughter? Okay, Heather?
No.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
I think it can come around, and you don't even know you might be doing it.
Kind of karma.
But you end up having to do it. Or at least you bear them or eat them or the sins. I don't know. And it maybe is different for everyone. But yeah, I think it affects your life as you're going to affect your offspring's life, whether you want to or not, and in ways that you might want to, but in ways you don't want to. and they end up carrying your burden in 1,000 ways. But that's why if I believe there is reincarnation, it's not random for the vast majority anyway. It comes down through the bloodlines.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a great uncle that was just like me. And one before that, and one before that.
How do you know this?
I don't. I have no idea. But that just kind of seemed reasonable to me. In that, you know, who are we? I mean, somebody asks you, who are you? You say, I'm the product of generations of ancestors.
Okay. So
right?
as for my
Simple.
own response for that, I'll simply elucidate on what Holly said. And by the way, Aristides, you're welcome to join in this answering session. Aristides, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, I'm sorry, I was a little busy here, but I heard, different ways to take to absolve sins, and so I put that picture there.
Yeah, well, anyhow, the question from Douglas Marks was, I have a biblical question for you. Do you believe that the sins of the father have to be paid for by his son, and the sins of the mother have to be paid for by her daughter?
That's what Jesus is for.
Coming
in
from
theory.
Krishna. Krishna. That's cute. Yeah, that's adorable.
Right, to take that burden. So maybe I bet that's an Old Testament thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, well, obviously.
About the sins, who pays for the sins.
I noticed that Aristides went silent or something. So you're welcome to say you have no answer to this, or
no, that was my not serious answer.
Okay, there we are.
I'm like, whatever you can think of, at least it's not, well, you know what the original image is. The swinging the chicken around. But in this case, he's not swinging a chicken, he's swinging a U.S. soldier around.
You know what else is crazy, is even more confusing, is that if you listen to the laws of karma, they say that all of the karma that you build up is not even, you don't even live out that karma in this life. You live it out in the next life.
Yeah.
So there might be something to what he's saying in that regards.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that's appreciated. Yes. So there's that.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's deep.
Yes, there's that. And I would only add that my one-word answer to his question would be no. If I were forced to expound, I would say that yes, it can happen in the sense that you're contending with reputation, or if your family has through various acts or deeds gained a reputation on the part of your father, then ultimately you might pay for that with being shunned. I mean, is he asking me this with my being the son of Adolf Hitler in mind? Obviously, I pay a price for that. Just by
and I don't know that it's that tightly gendered,
yeah, he did gender it. He did gender it, didn't he?
That's a little too straight lines for me. I mean, I'm sure
but that would be very Old Testament. That would also be very Old Testament, very patriarchal, very sexist, very if you want to take it to extremes, James White was probably a pen name, but James White was the name of a fairly popular science fiction author who specialized in medically themed science fiction. And so he wrote fairly hard science fiction, and then also did some fairly speculative science fiction on the medical needs of enormous aliens. For instance, what if you have a entity that's so large it's a space entity that it's larger than your average spaceship?
Yes.
How do you tend to its medical needs? This was something that he explored some of these, but the only I've read some of his short stories, which were anthologized, and they were fine. But the only novel of his I read was The Dream Millennium. And in The Dream Millennium, people are... by the way, that's a fairly hard novel. And I actually could relate to a lot of it. I actually related to the female character who scarred herself simply because she got tired of men making passes at her. And
there's saints like that. Saint Lucia did that. Tore out her own eyes.
Ooh, wow.
Oh no. I know that she's the saint of blindness, but I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow.
She removed them herself.
Oh,
actually, that's not exactly right. There are other saints that did it to make themselves unattractive when they were forced to marry some big fat old king like Trump, right?
Yeah.
as girls.
Well, that's
but
defiant.
Lucia did it because she feared her own temptation.
Interesting. Okay.
That's insane.
Well, it's pretty rad for this day and age.
It was what you would call it was definitely a statement. It was definitely a statement.
A self-mutilation. Hey, they used to flagellate and stylites and all that self-torture.
People were, they didn't have much to do in those days. So, yeah.
Well, there were special ones.
Yeah.
Not everybody could do that. And a lot of them couldn't get away with it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
About even never got to, but the ones that could, that, it was a strange thing.
Yeah, but
a mystery.
So, but the point about James White and his novel The Dream Millennium is, so it's hardcore in the sense that it's a dystopian dying Earth. It's a dying Earth, and it's and like a rotten fruit, rotten ripe, it spits out a pip, which is a colony ship headed towards another star. And so
that's hilarious. Yeah.
So all the people aboard are in cryogenics, and
that's like Elon going to Mars.
Yeah, but
a toxic Earth spits out a poison seed.
Well, the seed's not poison, but it's supposed to be the culmination of all man's hopes and dreams. One of the reasons for the term The Dream Millennium, but it's also based on a very literal sense. They're all in cryogenics, but the cryogenics, the suspension in frozen ice doesn't stop them from dreaming. So they're all dreaming, and they go through their past lives. So everybody who's on the journey is regressing in their dreams to all of their past lives that were lived. But because the author James White was so homophobic, and he alludes to that in the book. His own homophobia. So he's not dishonest about it. Got to give him credit for that. But he's so homophobic that he cannot conceive or will not portray his characters as incarnating as different genders. So all the men in the story, all their past lives are all men. All the female in the story, all their past lives are all female. Going back to unicellular animal status, going down the evolutionary ladder.
Imagine how limiting that would be.
The woman can only incarnate again and again, no matter what her speciation as a female, and the same with the males. Yeah,
that's a concept.
Yeah, so that really stands out about that book. So, Vinny's asking if you know Falun Gong, because it's a big deal in San Francisco. Oh, that's delightful. That's so cute. Falun Gong. It took me a while to figure out what she was talking about. Yes, of course I know of it, but I'm not a member. But they're Taiwanese. They're overwhelmingly Taiwanese. Yes. So Heather, you were going to add on to that phone call.
No, I was asking because we saw, of course, what Shen Yun or whatever, and that's about. And that's Falun Gong.
Oh,
that's
yes, wonderful. Oh, no. So just so you know, I'm certainly sympathetic to Falun Gong. I'm very sympathetic to them. They use the swastika as their religious symbol, after all.
And weren't they madly illegal for a while?
As does Heather.
Yeah, as does Heather. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's Hindu.
Yeah, the car. It's great.
Yes. Oh, it's Indic, Vedic, and it's Buddhist. Yes. But
Yeah.
yes, they were illegally in communist China, honey, on the mainland for holidays.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
And
Got it. I
that's
remember that big flap.
Yeah. So they many of them escaped to Taiwan. The
I see.
only issue I have with them is that they have this naivete, like many Asian immigrants. It's based on a anachronistic and outmoded sense of history. Basically, what happened with the Vietnamese was all they understood was that the conservatives in America, as the Republicans, were very much there in Vietnam behind them, that they would help to, in Congress, vote for defense spending so that America could continue fighting communism in Vietnam. It generally went down to the Republicans were pro-fighting communism, whereas the Democrats in general produced all the anti-war phenomena. So the Vietnamese, when they emigrated, just like the Cubanos, when they came to the United States, they became what were known as industrial strength Republicans. Falun Gong is exemplary of that. Falun Gong is an example of Taiwanese who fled communist China and became Taiwanese simply as emigres, but they have since often relocated to America, and they are industrial strength Republicans. So they feel this naive obligation to support and rationalize Donald Trump.
Yeah.
But aside from that, I'm very sympathetic to them.
I think they love his worst instincts.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something about that.
I consider their love for Trump a product of their trauma.
Absolutely, but it's real.
Yes, it's like
they're the third largest newspaper in the United States.
Yes.
They have
Epoch Times. Epoch Times.
Epoch Times.
Yeah. Go on, Vin. They make what?
I was just wondering it because I mean it's just an interesting thing that it's one of those things that you have never heard of until you've heard of it.
Yes, that's right. So I thank you for asking. So
I don't get it about the Times.
Oh, the Epoch Times is their newspaper, honey.
Oh, the Epoch Times, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I thought he said New York.
No.
It came out funny.
No.
I wouldn't be surprised.
It's like, what was that one publication or two that
New York Times.
What's that, Finn? About the New York
Times has more subscribers than New York Times.
I believe it.
Oh,
I
Epoch
believe
Times
it.
has more subscribers than the New York
Third largest
Times.
by subscribers in the United States.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Thank you for sharing that.
And frightening, deeply frightening.
Yeah, it's well, to me it's cute. It's cute.
It's hard, right?
It's almost harmless.
Asian.
You know what it is? It's like, think of it as a variant of the Christian Science Monitor. It's really kid stuff. It's really just
that was a respectable paper in the day.
Yeah,
I haven't read it in years.
No, it was actually. It's almost. I really shouldn't make that comparison.
It was necessary in the day. I don't know what it is like for 30 years. I don't know.
Yeah.
But back in the way day, it was the thing. You needed it.
Yeah. In Alcatraz Island, it was the only paper the prisoners were allowed to subscribe to was the Christian Science Monitor.
Interesting, because they didn't know. I think it was a bit more of a rag than
that's funny.
The wardens realized.
Well, just to give people an idea of how radical Christian Science was, they believed in the power of prayer to the extent where they denied themselves medical care. So I knew one example of an old lady with a enormous goiter that all she had to do was have it removed and she would have lived, but her Christian Science just kept her praying over it and she died because of it. There you go.
I mean, what is goiter?
Holly, explain to
the neck swelling.
It's the neck swelling.
A bubo of the neck, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, imagine a big giant like, what do you call them? Gourds. You've seen the vegetable gourds?
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine something like that growing out of your neck and it's all just
horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible
is it infected or?
It's from thyroid disease.
Oh, okay.
Something jumps out in the thyroid that goes extreme.
Yeah, really, it's really horrible to look at. You know, very
It's
sad.
frightening.
Yeah, very sad.
But thyroid problems are endemic.
Yeah.
In society.
Yeah. And
raging.
Yeah.
And everybody either gets it cut out or they swallow barium and cook it out.
Ew.
Ew.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, a thyroid's not like an appendix. You need it.
Oh, well, yes and no.
It ain't
I mean,
dispensable.
Let's put it this way. You never want to get cancer, but if you had to choose, thyroid cancer would be the one to choose, because all they do is just take it out, and then all you need to do is take supplements the rest of your life. So, you know, believe me, you can live without your thyroid quite readily, so long as you continue taking your supplements.
You can. That's what. No, you're on Synthroid for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But but if such haven't been said, you know, that's when it goes wrong and you get a goiter, then you get a vegetable gourd growing out of your neck, and it's really gross. Yeah. It's but they can remove that. They can take that away.
You don't see it anymore.
Yeah. Well, unless they're Christian Science Monitor believers.
Yeah, that's right. But the paper was known for its objectivity and not and you know, across the board factual, at least.
Yeah. Well, they had this Christian obsession with telling the truth. Yeah. So but Epoch
I don't mind that in the paper.
Epoch Times is kind of I would think kind of along those lines, because, you know, real classical Chinese people, they wouldn't want to remove the goiter because they would think it would be removing their luck. They took it as a blessing if you had moles, or, you know, and so you would see sometimes the Chinese old men with very large goiters. Yet I remember seeing.
And would they feed them and take care of them, or were they on the street with a bowl?
No. These were like wealthy old men with suits and canes.
Yeah.
And in their case, their goiter looked almost dignified.
Dignified,
yeah, in the sense that they were kind of like a supervillain comic book character with a deformity. It's like, what's the one thing supervillain comic book characters used to always have in common was a deformity. It was like, what did Dick Tracy? That's what made Dick Tracy so anachronistic.
They were all deformed.
Yeah, and it was so weird that Warren Beatty would choose to play Dick Tracy, and of course he fucked it all up because he has zero charisma, and he's just disgusting, and he's boring, and they had great makeup jobs on everybody because he was Warren Beatty. He had everybody. Who were all the old Jewish actors that, you know, like the one who hates Trump so much? What's his name? Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro. All those guys. Like the guy who played in Running Man. Who was the guy who played Marathon Man? Marathon Man, not Running Man.
God.
But, they all had great makeup jobs.
Dustin.
Dustin Hoffman. These people were all in the Dick Tracy film, and they all had $1 million makeup jobs, and they would get only 1 second of screen time because all they showed was Warren Beatty. And it's like, why did you bother? Why did you bother?
It was like the beginning of the superhero spectacular.
Yeah, but he jacked it all off. It's just he just wanted all the screen time. So, and nobody wanted to see that. And Madonna was in that. Was in that film. It was
well, my first favorite movie of all time is called How to Get Ahead in Advertising
Without Really Trying. Yes.
No, that was a book and stuff. Oh, totally. And that was very slightly different. Okay. But How to Get Ahead in Advertising was the story of Richard E. Price, married to Rachel Weisz, who was still practically just a girl. And I got a thing for Richard E. Price.
Interesting.
Grows a huge swelling boil on his shoulder, and it begins to talk to him.
Wow.
And tell him things.
Disgusting.
I am telling you, the top 5 Lifetime movies you gotta see. See Richard E. Price and his talking boil.
What's the climax for that film? I don't mind spoilers.
I'm not saying nothing.
Oh, okay.
But the boil.
That's disgusting.
The boil helped him financially. That's all I'm going to say.
That's funny as fuck. At any rate,
so wonderful.
Yeah. What was?
Let me make a strong pitch for that. How to get ahead in advertising from like the late '80s.
Yeah. So, I hope we've answered an aspect of the question of what Douglas Marks was asking when it comes to the point about the Dick Tracy film was that it was based on years of a comic strip that generations grew up with, and its main lesson was that deformity is indicative of evil. That was its main message. That well, if the guy is terribly scarred, it's because he's a bad guy. If the guy was born with some horrible hunchback, that's because he's intrinsically evil. I mean, that's a pretty negative message.
I think they hired extras from that movie from the freak show circuit.
Maybe in the original days, though I doubt that. Most of the time, they didn't even bother with makeup in the old black and white days. They were just guys acting mean. But when it came to the Dick Tracy movie made with Warren Beatty, they went all the way and portrayed all these deformities at great expense, but give them all only 1 second of screen time. It was disgusting. And
it was the height of high tech.
Yeah.
I mean, the very height of it.
Well, that was the height of makeup tech. They don't use makeup tech anymore. They do stupid things.
I hear you, but for the day, it was like, wow.
For the day, now, that having been articulate, the last time Holly was on with us, and she has this talent, she'll distract me from making my ultimate point. You had asked about the House of Lords. Well, it happens. It happens.
Oh.
So you had asked about the House of Lords, and even though I went into the House of Lords, my ultimate point was that what the House of Lords needs to do is relocate. They can, obviously, because of their inherent baseline privilege, they will have no problem resettling, at least in name, into Australia. And if they all go to Australia without needing to live there, they don't need to live there, they just need property there. Just grab a hold of property in Australia. It's not like Australia doesn't have plenty of property. There's plenty of room.
And it'll save them the taxes, right?
Well, I don't know.
Because if they're out of the House of Lords, are they tax liable, for God's sake?
That may have been the purpose of handing them all their pink checks, so that would make sense. That would make sense. Yeah.
Their taxes are famously...
Yeah.
That's why none of the rock stars would live there.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. So, because they have a lot of social programs to support. So, the House of Lords could say, since we were acting as a consultative body for hundreds of years, yet you no longer want us to share our wisdom, we can take that wisdom elsewhere. And they can relocate to Australia, and that will act to essentially help to civilize Australia, which could really use it, and that would help them relieve themselves of a burden by saying, I live there, even if they're only visiting England the majority of the time.
That's right.
Yeah, so
they keep their lands, and they skip the taxes, and they'll be doing the whole thing online anyway.
Yeah, and
there won't be any getting together. Except in the pub.
Yeah. Beyond our men's club. For them, it would be the gentlemen's club. Yeah.
The club. Yeah. Not the pub.
Yeah. And, right. And, but ultimately.
They got him in Sydney.
Yes. Yeah. But ultimately, Australia would be their escape route. You know, should something come down in Europe and it enters another phase of war, they could just bug out.
Good point.
Hey, of course, Australia will be involved in war as well, if the war becomes systemic, but still, it'd be...
Good God.
Yeah, it'd be harder
They might be eager, I don't know.
Yeah. It's well, the Australians, they're weird. They get more. They every war America's been involved in, they've been involved in. They were in Vietnam.
Right.
You know, they have their own Vietnam veterans they were dealing with forever, and you know, they were in Afghanistan.
Right.
Did you know that? Sure
I did.
Yeah. And,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So wherever America gets involved, they think it's NATO responsibility. Australia takes it as NATO, yet they're not a part of NATO.
Weird.
You know, they're part of what was SEATO, Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, but when that dissolved, they have this kind of little triumvirate that was after Japan won World War II, Australia and New Zealand got together with America and had this Pacific Pact where they said, okay, we all come to each other's defense if the Japanese resurge militarily.
Was that Five Eyes?
No, it's not the Five Eyes.
Okay,
But what happens is that because of that pact, which has such an innocuous name, I'm forgetting what the name is. AUKUS. AUKUS. It's called AUKUS.
Okay.
No, wait, that's Australia, United Kingdom, United States. No, it was ANZUS. ANZUS. ANZUS.
Right.
ANZUS. ANZUS. So because of ANZUS, the ANZUS Treaty was specifically because Japan won World War II. And because Japan won World War II, Australia and New Zealand said, hey, America, what if they decide to resurge militarily? We need your promise. You're going to come help us. And so America said, yeah, but in return, you have to help us. And the motherfuckers really went for it. Yeah, so whenever America went to war, they went to war with it until New Zealand finally said, hey, you know what? Fuck it, this is crazy. We don't trust the fucking Yanks to come and save our ass if the communist Chinese rampage in the Pacific. So they said, fuck you. And they said, we're out. And ANZUS dissolved. But Australia still honors ANZUS. And yet, the first thing I would tell Australians is, you're fucking crazy if you think the Americans will come help you if Indonesia invades. Or anyone.
I just figured they wanted to prove to the world they were very white. We're a very white country.
I mean, there's that.
We'll go wherever white guys are threatened.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely an issue in Australia. Australia is very much the South Africa. Apartheid South Africa of the Pacific.
Yeah,
that's like when
extreme.
Yeah. It's your average white Australian wouldn't get it. They would, no, mate, we're not. Oh, yeah,
right.
Oh, no, yeah. But when I was in Australia, and there's like Asian, we're talking like East Asian. We're not talking like brown Asian. We're talking East Asian, like Oriental, like myself. People with almond eyes and porcelain skin. So when one of these young ladies was working for the hotel, she wouldn't even lift her eyes. She wouldn't even talk to us.
Oh, no.
It's just when we were like trying to talk to her, hey, let's have a conversation. Just me and Noreen. It's not like I was with another guy and she was threatened by us maybe trying to put a hit on her. No, I was with Noreen. So I'm just, Noreen is also Asian or half Asian and half Jewish. And so then, we were trying to talk to her. But
it wasn't like you were Aboriginal looking.
No, of course not. No.
Right.
And no, but we both look Asian. And so we're trying to talk to this fellow Asian girl, but she wouldn't lift her eyes or speak to us.
What's up with that?
Because the whites have them so intimidated that they'll be deported. That's why. And so,
whoa.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's like an apartheid state. The whites don't get it because they are not living under the apartheid that they enforce.
Right.
They enforce it subconsciously, which makes it worse. It's kind of like when we went to a Vietnamese or Chinese restaurant. Since most of the Vietnamese who fled to Australia were half Chinese, because otherwise they would have been exterminated when the communists took over, because they exterminated all the Chinese, because they considered them the Jewish merchants of Asia who had raped them economically. So the communists would have exterminated them. So every Vietnamese that was an overseas boat person in Australia and America for the first several waves were half Chinese. But anyhow, so we were in this Sino-Vietnamese restaurant, and I told the Australian guy, hey, look at the portrait of Ned Kelly on the wall. And he says, well, I've been coming here for years, and I never noticed that. For those of you who don't know, Ned Kelly is the cultural icon of Australia.
Before they went right wing, which they did.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know if it's come back or not, but that happened there.
Well, Ned Kelly is like one of those heroes that either side could exploit, but he's just like, he's like before that concept came around of left and right. So he's kind of like, he's just was fighting for an Irish republic in Australia because the majority of them were Irish exiles. So
transported.
Yeah. Transported, fucking deported. They were deported.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. And, but at any rate, so it's like that. The guy has been going to this Sino-Vietnamese restaurant all his life and never noticed there was Ned Kelly, Australian cultural hero on the wall. That's how they are about their own apartheid state. It's like, hey, you know that all these Asian people are living under this cloud of fear that they'll be deported if they look askance, if they look up at you and meet your eyes. It's like your average Australian guy wouldn't consciously recognize that because he's never had to live it. But you get what I'm saying. And
because Australia was founded by prisoners and prison guards.
Yeah.
For white people.
Well, let's just say prisoners. There were so many more prisoners than prison guards. Yeah. You might as well just say prisoners. Yeah. That's and they'll all claim they were the descendants of prison wardens or prison guards. But no. They're all the descendants of criminals. That's why everything I had was stolen in Australia. Sorry to say it, but it's true. That's
it trickles down.
Fucking stolen. So yeah, that's what happened, and it destroyed my life. So it was like, because I was down there for 17 days. It was supposed to be 14 days. It stretched into well beyond that. Maybe it was supposed to be 17 days. It stretched into 20 or 21. It was a nightmare. And I try not to hold it against the Australian people, but I brought everything with me because I was going to be there for so long, and everything was stolen. Everything. So it was like having my house burned down. It's like, I can never forgive that. But there you go with that.
That was a good article, too.
Yeah, well, I'm never going back. And that's... So, such having been said. All right, then. Going into monologue now, whenever you feel like it, just interject. Let's start with the question from Amy. I do believe this is what her name really means. It's Li6YR. And I thought it meant light year, but now I realize it means elyxir. She can correct me on that, but I do believe she's trying to convey through Li6 numeric 6. Li numeric 6YR. I do believe she's trying to convey elixir or elixir. Makes sense, right? She can tell me if I'm wrong. At any rate, Amy Elixir, she asks, Douglas, would you agree on this statement? Get Bibi out of Trump's ear. Trump needs to get back to negotiations with Iran because Putin and China will not let Iran fall. Iran will take it to the max. Okay. In a word, yes. But now I'm going to spend the rest of the monologue expounding on that. So, let's get started.
Netanyahu ain't going to stop.
We'll dive out onto the waves of the night tide now. 3 San Diego warships carrying 2,500 Camp Pendleton Marines are en route to the Middle East. The USS Boxer Amphibious Ready Group is transporting Marines who recently completed training for just such a deployment. The last past 23 days equals 3 weeks of ever-escalating war in which Israel blew open an energy conflict with Iran that Trump will find hard to stop. 23 days into the Israeli-conspired American war against Iran and Hezbollah, neither side shows any sign of giving in. Israel and their satrap United States have struck deep into Iran, killing its supreme leader and much of its military leadership. But Iran has responded by closing the Strait of Hormuz, sending oil prices soaring, and continuing to rain rockets on Israel and the Gulf states. As a historian, I must ask the question, what does winning even actually look like? 3 weeks after Israel and its 50 vassal states in union launched a surprise attack on Iran amid ongoing negotiations over its nuclear program, President Donald Trump has found himself in a situation very different from his earlier effort at regime change. The Iran war has begun to escalate in recent days after Israel targeted an Iranian gas field and Iran responded by targeting one in Qatar, further destabilizing the global energy landscape. The Iranian missile strike on the Ras Laffan complex caused extensive damage to the world's largest liquefied natural gas plant, with the Qatar Energy Chief Executive Officer Saad Al-Kaabi telling Reuters that the two facilities, which produce 17% of the country's LNG exports, or about 13 million tons a year, were affected and will take 3 to 5 years to repair them. On Thursday, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his country would avoid future attacks on Iran's energy infrastructure after a fissure the size of an ass crack appeared to open between himself and his talking lapdog Donald Trump, with the American president claiming that he had no prior knowledge of the attack, despite Israeli officials insisting that he did. With thousands dead, an ever-widening war, spiking oil prices, and now destroyed energy infrastructure, Trump is seeking $200 billion United States dollars from Congress to continue a conflict which Democrats and some Republicans are quick to note was one of choice, since there is no public evidence these United States ever faced any imminent threat. The funding request also comes as America surpasses $39 trillion in debt, with the latest $1 trillion United States dollars added in the past 5 months. Since the stroke of midnight, the fourth Gulf War, and remember this is the fourth fucking Gulf War, the first being Iran versus Iraq, in which 1 million people died on either side. The second Gulf War and the third being Bush War I and Bush War II. This is the fourth Gulf War, which since the stroke of midnight is now in its 4th week. Every day that Iran strikes on ships keeps the Strait of Hormuz shut, around a fifth of the world's output of oil and LNG, or liquefied natural gas, remaining stranded thereby. Every day, therefore, traders update how much supply is lost for the whole fucking year. As their estimates rise, so do energy prices. Brent crude at $112 a barrel is 54% dearer than before hostilities began. Gas prices in Europe are up by 85%. Nevertheless, as Israel pushes further into Lebanon and the Israeli defense minister vows the war must continue, Trump has also pledged to continue attacking at the behest of our Zionist occupation government, saying he will never stop bombing Iran during a press conference while leaving open the possibility of ground forces. Late Friday into this weekend, he said almost the opposite in another new turnabout. But with none of his various stated objectives accomplished, denuclearization, total defeat of Iran's military, or a popular uprising against a regime that's killed tens of thousands of its own citizens in recent months, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his sock puppet Trump are left with an energy crisis, and one that appears to be only getting worse. Iran, as it turns out, is not Venezuela. In a sea of smoke and horrors, Operation Blind Fury, as I call it, needs a path to victory before the oil runs dry. But even the best case scenario for energy markets is disastrous. Donald Trump and Iranian leaders are trading threats to destroy energy infrastructure. That's bad. But on another level of bad, even if Iran accedes to Donald Trump's threat on March 21st to unblock the strait within 48 hours or face strikes on its power plants, so big an if it serves only as a thought experiment, global oil and gas markets would remain undersupplied for months, hurting the world economy. It is even a surprise peace deal the day after tomorrow morning would not get supplies flowing normally anytime soon, what with the practical difficulties of undoing the damage done by war. Trump is in a shit pit of his own making. There is only one way out. The American empire must find a path to victory in Iran before Western allies start running dry. The United States president failed to foresee that Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz before launching Operation Epic Fury. It cannot have been part of America's plan that on day 23 of this war, Donald Trump should still be issuing furious threats and ultimatums to Iran's regime. By now, he must have believed that the Islamic Republic would either have been overthrown or so bludgeoned by Israeli-directed American firepower that its surviving leaders would be imploring him for terms. Instead, the reality is closer to being the other way around. Incredibly, it is Mr. Trump who now finds himself making ever more fevered demands for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The reason why he has landed himself in this invidious position is that his maladministration failed to foresee the blindingly obvious. That Iran's regime, once backed into a corner and compelled to fight for its life, would retaliate by closing the Strait of Hormuz and firing missiles at America's allies in the Gulf. Why else would Iran have spent decades amassing the largest arsenal of ballistic missiles in the Middle East? The commanders of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, now the de facto rulers of Iran, always knew that their greatest strategic asset was the power gifted to them by Allah of Iran's geography to, in extremis, wreck the global economy. Supertankers laden with 20% of the world's seaborne oil pass every day, at least in normal times, through the Strait of Hormuz, spanning 24 miles in between southern Iran and the Musandam Peninsula in Yemen. By attacking only a handful of these tankers, the IRGC calculated that it could sabotage global oil supplies as no one has ever sabotaged them before. That is exactly what has happened. If Mr. Trump had possessed any foresight, he would have ordered the United States Navy to secure the Strait of Hormuz before the war began. That was supposed to be why the United States Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain. Instead, before starting the war on the 28th day in February, Mr. Trump neglected to send any more warships than would be needed to bombard Iran and protect the two American aircraft carriers like the barn-sized sitting duck targets that they are, instead of the assets of attack that they are propagandized to be. Now the IRGC has closed the strait to any shipping that Iran considers hostile, with its own tankers, naturally, still passing through to fuel the Imperial Japanese corpora-shogunal superstate and the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, the president having resorted to threatening yet more escalation. Will Iran give way and suddenly allow free passage? That's almost inconceivable, given the strategic value of the IRGC's current control of the strait. Will Mr. Trump have to make good on his threat to attack power stations in Iran? Given his habit of zigzagging from one position to another, no one can be sure. But even if he did, the IRGC would almost certainly refuse to yield. Will Iran then act on its own threat to strike power stations in countries in region that host American bases? In other words, the Gulf states. given that the IRGC has already fired missiles at the world's largest gas export facility, Ras Laffan, in Qatar, this cannot be excluded. But at some point, it may dawn on Mr. Trump that the Iranian regime will never be threatened into relaxing its stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz. There are almost certainly no circumstances in which the country's remaining leaders would decide to surrender their greatest strategic trump card. Given that they will never choose to loosen their grip, Mr. Trump will have to break it for them. He will soon have to decide whether to reopen the strait by force, a risky operation that would probably require troops on the ground, or endure catastrophic economic damage. He surely never planned to have to face this dilemma. Disrupting global fuel supply chains is a chaos-inducing event that puts real economic and security stress on unprepared nations. Australia may be one of the most vulnerable, especially as they appear to have leaders who never expected to shoulder so much responsibility. Why haven't we seen an organic uprising in Iran to overthrow the weakened Islamic Republic? How many leaders and military generals have to be mass assassinated before the regime crumbles? How long until their arsenal of drones runs dry? How much damage can the region absorb before something snaps that cannot be repaired? And domestically, the war has put strain on Trump's leadership and the MAGA movement in general. Now some Republicans, as well as Democrats, are starting to circle to see if anyone can use the war to tear Trump out of the presidency. War in Iran is making Donald Trump weaker and angrier. By diminishing the president's political superpowers, his reckless campaign may make him all the more dangerous, with Trump saying ICE troopers will soon work airport security unless Democrats end the shutdown to fund DHS. The United States President Donald Trump said he will order federal immigration officers to take a role in airport security starting tomorrow unless Democrats agree on a bill to fund the Department of Homeland Security. In a series of social media posts, Trump said he was making plans to put officers from the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement in airports if the congressional standoff continues. After the Senate failed to find a resolution at a rare weekend session, Trump appeared resolute in his plan, declaring, and here I quote his T, ICE is ready to go on Monday. Both the Russian dictator, Vladimir Putin, and his American puppet president, Donald Trump, overestimated the power of their arsenals and underestimated the many other factors that determine the outcome of war. Parallel to Trump's own attacks on Iran and the truth, Iran fired missiles at a remote joint UCAS, our United Kingdom, United States base, referred to in American military nomenclature as a USUC base, or United States First, then United Kingdom in the acronym, thus claiming long-range capabilities Iran previously denied. Trump concedes that the United States is considering winding down the war, but Trump is trapped, and Americans are up shit creek without a paddle. The cruelest irony is that of a president who addresses the Iranian people in the language of liberation and then threatens freedom of the press back home. Analogously, Tehran claimed the strike demonstrated capabilities for long-distance attacks, with Diego Garcia the same distance from Iran as much of Central Europe. This week, Trump said that he'd do whatever is necessary to ease the oil crises. He also assured America that the crises will be over soon. Bullshit! America's war on Iran has backfired. 21 years ago, I asked an emigre veteran of Gulf War I, the Iran-Iraq conflict, about the latest inflammatory statement by Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the then incoming Iranian president. My friend responded, "Stop paying attention to Ahmadinejad. Only focus on Iranian Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. He makes the important decisions. But don't worry, change is coming." Khamenei, who was then 69 and widely believed to have cancer, could die at any moment. Well, obviously, and grievously, Khamenei did not die. Not until a 14 night. The ʔald in English for fortnight, literally 14 nights, it is 12 weeks ago, when the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his American puppet President Donald Trump did what nature had not and ended the Supreme Leader's 36-year tyranny over the Islamic Republic. Khamenei left a damning legacy. Since his ascension in 1989, the Iranian rial has lost literally all of its value against the United States dollar. The rial equals 0 to a single American buck. Although rich in natural resources, Iran consistently experiences electricity and water shortages. Over the past year, food prices surged over 70%. Iran's economic woes are in large part the consequence of a foreign policy designed to counter American imperial interests. When faced with popular discontent, Khamenei consistently resisted reforms and resorted to violence to repress his people, most notably in January, when his regime murdered tens of thousands of its citizens. But he clearly prepared Iran for this moment. Confronted with a truly existential threat, Iran has mounted a much more deliberate, decentralized, and effective response than many expected, striking not only United States diplomatic and military installations and Israeli territory, but also civilian targets throughout the Persian Gulf, including aeroports, hotels, and energy infrastructure. Trump likely wants to declare victory soon. The Iranian military has been severely degraded. Israel may be running low on missile interceptors, and keeping global markets stable will require reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which Iran has declared closed to its enemies. But Trump cannot force surrender upon a government that refuses it. Even after the heavy damage to Iran's military, the regime that Khamenei put in place has powerful incentives to pursue continued conflict, and it retains a variety of tools to sustain a war of attrition. Thus, the war in the Gulf is about to enter its fourth week in double deadlock. As the past few days have shown, there is plenty of scope for the Iran war to intensify, but no obvious way to bring it to an end. Iran has fired missiles at the joint UCAS Diego Garcia military base in the Indian Ocean, claiming the strike shows it is capable of longer distance attacks than previously known. Confirming the successful strike yesterday, a spokesperson for Great Britain's Ministry of Defense said, "Iran's reckless attacks, lashing out across the region and holding hostage the Strait of Hormuz, are a threat to British interests and British allies." Yesterday, Iran's semi-official Mir news agency reported that Tehran fired 3 intermediate-range ballistic missiles, or IRBMs, at the base in the Chagos Islands, a remote British overseas territory located more than 2,000 miles from Tehran. Neither missile hit the base, albeit neither Iran nor the United Kingdom specified how close the missiles even came to Diego Garcia. The distance of the attempted strike could indicate that Iran has capabilities for long-distance attacks that it has previously denied, with the base the same distance from Iran as much of Central Europe. It is unclear, however, if the missiles carried a payload or how far such an attack could truly reach, as neither missile reached its target. In an interview with NBC News' Meet the Press earlier this month, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said his country had intentionally kept the range of its missiles below 1,250 miles because we don't want to be felt as a threat by anybody else in the world. Citing multiple officials, the Wall Street Journal reported that one of the missiles was shot down by a United States warship and the other failed in flight. The aforecited mayor said targeting the base was a significant step that shows the range of Iran's missiles is beyond what the enemy previously imagined. One analyst said the intercepted missile could be a candidate for the longest range missile that the United States has ever shot down. Per Tom Kareko, who runs the Missile Defense Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, Iran has been testing big solid missiles over the years. It's not at all surprising, himself adding that there's been speculation before that Iran could be capable of strikes beyond the claimed 1,250-mile wide limit, while, till now, they just haven't shown their cards, himself concluding that the attack on Diego Garcia would seem to be that moment. The attack on Friday came shortly before Great Britain announced that it would allow the United States to use its bases, including Diego Garcia, to hit targets near the Strait of Hormuz. On Friday into this weekend, the office of Prime Minister Keir Starmer stated that government ministers agreed to allow the United States military to use its bases to conduct defensive operations to protect shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, weeks into a conflict that has seen Great Britain, like most of Europe, remain largely on the sidelines. About 20% of the oil that the world consumes every day travels via the Strait of Hormuz, which runs along part of Iran's coast. But since the war began at the end of February, shipping in the channel has come to a halt. President Donald Trump said the decision to allow the use of United Kingdom bases was a very late response from the UK. He had previously criticized the nation for a perceived lack of support in Iran, saying that, well, 佷strömer was no Winston Churchill. On Friday, he called NATO allies cowards for refusing to offer warships to support reopening the shipping canal, even though he himself had previously said their support would not be needed. The Iranian Foreign Minister, Abbas Araghchi, said that Starmer was putting British lives in danger by allowing American use of bases. On X, Araghchi wrote, "Thus majority of the British people do not want any part in the Israel-US war of choice on Iran. Ignoring his own people, Mr. Starmer is putting British lives in danger by allowing UK bases to be used for aggression against Iran. Iran will exercise its right to self-defense." So far, Starmer has walked a tightrope on Iran, balancing diplomatic relations with Trump and protecting greater British assets in the Mediterranean, with avoiding direct participation in a war that polling shows is overwhelmingly unpopular with the British public. Half of them being Muslim by now. Now, the Diego Garcia base is about 2,360 miles from Iran, and home to an aero base capable of accommodating long-range United States bombers. The Chagos Islands, which house the base, have been part of a separate rift between Great Britain and the Trump maladministration after the United Kingdom agreed to cede sovereignty over the territory to Mauritius and lease back the base. Trump has vacillated between supporting the proposed deal and publicly attacking Starmer over it, most recently in February, urging Starmer not to give away Diego Garcia, despite Washington giving its official backing just days before. Mauritius an Indian Ocean nation that's a puppet state of the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, has argued that it was illegally forced to give away the archipelago to gain independence from Great Britain. The International Court of Justice sided with Mauritius in a 2019 case over the territory, issuing an advisory ruling that declared the Greater British occupation unlawful. By the way, our dear Holly, say goodnight to everyone, please. She says, gotta go to the tube, listening. If you wish, come on and say goodnight.
Yeah. Oh, man. I'm on the edge of my seat here.
Oh, bless
but
you.
I gotta
honey.
move.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonderful.
Love you,
Wonderful.
dearly.
Absolutely wonderful. Priceless analysis.
Thank you, darling.
And
Okay.
and so I'm gonna be making noise and stuff. So I thank you.
Thank you.
I'm speechless.
Oh, bless you.
Riveting. Keep going.
Thank you.
All right.
Now, thank you, honey. As part of the deal backed by ШṯԱRA, the United Kingdom and the United States will retain a 99-year lease of the Diego Garcia military base. But the immediate problem isn't just that Iran has blocked the Strait of Hormuz. It's also that Iran, Israel, and its tributary United States have all inflicted and continue to inflict serious damage to the oil and gas infrastructure of the Middle East. This damage will take months, if not years, to repair. Such having been articulated, at one point on Thursday, oil prices jumped to $119 a barrel before falling back to around $111 a barrel, all but guaranteeing that the price of gas at the pump will continue to rise, as will the prices of many other products and services indirectly affected by oil prices. Which is to say, every goddamn thing you can fucking imagine. Basically everything. What we are now witnessing is one of the grossest military and political blunders in postmodern history. It's not hard to understand why Trump is trapped in Iran. He doesn't listen to anyone outside his small circle of sycophants who only tell him whatever he wants to hear. But there's something else. Iran has adopted an asymmetric war strategy that's working. A fascinating historical fact that sheds light on what Iran is doing sources from during the Korean War, when the United States Air Force Colonel John Boyd came up with a theory of competitive decision-making that shaped American military doctrine for a generation. He called it the OODA loop. OODA. Observe, orient, decide, and act. OODA. Boyd found that victory doesn't go to the side with more firepower. It goes to the side that cycles through the OODA loop faster, observing what's changing, orienting to its meaning, deciding what to do, and acting before its adversary does. Boyd reasoned, get inside your opponent's loop, and you don't just outpace him, you break his ability to form a coherent picture of the war he's fighting. I can only observe that Iran has adopted Boyd's approach. Iran hasn't needed to match American firepower at all. It's needed only to generate economic and political problems for Washington that outrun Washington's ability to orient, decide, and even act. Id est. In other words, Iran has gotten inside Trump's OODA loop because Iran has responded to American imperial airstrikes by widening their war horizontally, attacking tankers in the Strait of Hormuz, launching drones and missiles at Gulf state oil and gas infrastructure, provoking Israel and its subordinate American empire to destroy even more of that infrastructure, hitting Amazon data centers in Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates, causing regional outages for banking, e-commerce, and cloud services, and squeezing other choke points that the global economy depends on. Iran's leaders, veterans of asymmetric wars in Iraq and Syria, are applying the same asymmetric logic to Trump's war. Inexpensive drones, short-range missiles, and sea mines can have the same effect that IEDs, or improvised explosive devices, had in Iraq, only with far greater strategic impact because they disrupt global supply chains. What has Washington done? Dropped more bombs and launched more missiles. On Wednesday, Israel struck at the crown jewel of Iran's energy industry, the giant South Pars gas field that Iran shares with Qatar and is by far the largest in the world. Israel says Trump gave the attack his blessing, whereas Trump confesses that he didn't. Iran quickly retaliated with an attack on Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial city, the world's largest liquefied natural gas facility. The attacks have sent the global oil benchmark soaring and prompted a mad scramble in Washington. Trump threatens to blow up the entirety of Iran's South Pars gas holdings if Iran attacks Qatar again. His Treasury Secretary says the United States is already lifting sanctions on millions of barrels of Iranian oil. In effect, America has surrendered to Iran. To reiterate, the Trump maladministration said it has lifted Iran oil sanctions in its latest machination to try to slow soaring energy prices. In a statement, the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, said this allowance is narrowly tailored and only temporary, permitting the sale of Iranian oil currently stranded at sea. Since Israel ordered him to begin bombing Iran, Trump's strategy has been entirely reactive. Iran is generating problems for Washington faster than Washington can contain them, a clear sign that that Iran is inside Trump's OODA loop. Israel and their puppet Trump assumed that overwhelming air power would either compel Iran to surrender or trigger regime change. But neither happened. The regime is obviously more entrenched and bellicose than ever. The follies of predicting war are debated in a new book I've just reviewed at the length of 288 pages for $30 by Phillips Payson O'Brien, titled War and Power, subtitled Who Wins Wars and Why, as published by Public Affairs in October of 2025. No, I don't get a commission for this, and I didn't pay for it. It's in the library at the estates, as purchased by my son's husband, but I've assigned it for all the Blood Boys. Now, in late February, Russia's war against Ukraine entered its 5th year, and a few days later, Israel and its puppet United States launched massive airstrikes in Iran. In addition, European and Asian states are now arming up at the fastest rate since the Third World conflict so grossly misnomered the Cold War, and a war between the United States and the Communist Chinese Empire over my Taiwan remains a real possibility. Against this dark background, it is important to revisit long-standing discussions about how military powers should be applied to achieve strategic objectives, how to measure and judge military power accurately, and what factors beyond military force may influence the outcome of war itself. One excellent contribution to this debate is the recently published book by the aforenamed O'Brien, himself a professor of strategic studies at the University of St Andrews in Scotland, reminding us that the outcome of war may indeed be influenced by aspects beyond guns, arrow power, and the number of soldiers. He argues that a more holistic approach to how military might is usually measured will improve our understanding of who wins wars and why, and potentially even deter states from going to war in the first. O'Brien starts the book by examining the false but widespread prediction of a quick Russian victory against Ukraine in 2022. Not only the Russian tyrant Vladimir Putin, but the vast majority of Western politicians, analysts, and commentators, other than I myself alone, overestimated Russian military power and underestimated that of the Ukraine. The book was written and published before the recent Israeli and vassal American strikes on Iran, but given O'Brien's take on the United States' attempts at regime change in Iraq and Afghanistan, it is probably fair to assume that he would have advised Washington not to undertake a similarly overconfident endeavor in Iran. The book ends with a stark warning to Beijing and Washington not to start a cataclysmic war based on misperceptions about each other's military capabilities. The book engages with the topic of war and power in 5 main ways. First, it takes a broad swing at the ineptness of governments, intelligence communities, and academia in assessing military power and predicting the outcome of war. O'Brien noting that due to the complexities of factors involved, wars seldom develop as planned and often go off the rails, lasting much longer than the aggressor anticipates. The author arguing that one of the most fundamental problems in the analysis of war is the tendency to focus on battles, with wars unfolding in a much larger and more complex context than single battles or aerial bombing campaigns, for that matter. This is, of course, nothing new. Prussian military commander Helmuth von Moltke is famously said to have stated in the 1880s that no plan survives first contact with the enemy. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that European military strategy shifted from a focus on battles to a more comprehensive view during the Napoleonic Wars, whereas in Zhonghua Renmin Gongheguo, the People's Republic of China, a broad strategic understanding of warfare is evident in classical texts written as long as 2,500 years ago. Nevertheless, as the wars launched by Putin and his American puppet president Donald Trump make clear, military planners and decision-makers need to be continuously reminded about the complexity of war. Second, O'Brien contends that the risk of analytical failure predicting the outcome of war increases if socio-political factors such as a state's political system, leadership, social fabric, and will to fight are omitted from calculation. He stresses that militaries are products of a state's total power. A military can only be as strong as the economic and technological resources that underpins it, the political and military leadership that guides it, and the larger society it serves. Scholars have long debated why society matters in determining the success and failure of military might, and the role of strategic culture is well acknowledged. Yet O'Brien is concerned that analytical communities in most countries continue to neglect these variables when assessing military power. This analytical weakness, as he writes, is often enhanced by the profession's love for narrowly designed, battle-focused war games to describe the expected course of a war. O'Brien also blames the realist school of international relations and what he considers its fixation on hard power and military factors, for the flawed methodology applied by analysts and academics when they measure military power itself. The origin of O'Brien's criticism is that all prominent representatives of the realist school blamed Russia's invasion of the Ukraine on NATO's supposed threat to the Russian Empire and the latter's need to secure its sphere of influence. Everyone arguing that it would be useless for Western countries to send weapons to Ukraine. O'Brien is very critical towards what he sees as realism's tendency to use balance of power theory in such a deterministic manner, working within the realm of realism and classical geopolitique myself. I nonetheless understand and certainly endorse O'Brien's point. In today's European security context, it does not make sense to give in to the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire's demands for any extended sphere of influence, neither from a normative viewpoint nor from a balance of power standpoint. Nonetheless, the author's critique of the school of realism in international relations is overly harsh for several reasons. For one, O'Brien fails to mention that there is an intense discussion among realists about how to measure power, and this debate is easily available in leading academic journals. Furthermore, it is misleading to assert that the entire school of realism neglects domestic politics, leadership, and the non-materiel aspects of power. Also, despite the shortcomings of only assessing materiel capabilities measuring military power, it is even riskier to make assumption about power and war based on non-material factors or the whim of political leaders. Among all the factors informing a state's ability to wage war, hard power is undoubtedly the most important one. Hard power may be insufficient to win a war, but it is impossible to fight without it. Third, O'Brien asserts that realism has done such a poor job of defining what a great power is that the concept has largely become meaningless, and he forwards full spectrum power as an alternative concept. He is critical of Western analysts framing the contemporary Russian Empire as a great power and drawing the conclusion that the Ukraine, which is not a great power, was inevitably doomed. I fully agree with the author's assessment that Putin's Russia is not a great power, let alone a superpower in the same league as the American and Communist Chinese empires, despite its vast geographic size and mythically vast arsenal of nuclear weapons. Emphasis on the mythical there. Moreover, full spectrum power is certainly a useful measure to outline the, how would I say it, spectroscopic range of military and other capabilities as state possesses, from hybrid warfare tools to conventional and non-conventional platforms. Nevertheless, instead of introducing new concepts, my advice would be that scholars and analysts alike strive to be more precise in using well-established concepts such as superpower, great power, and second-tier power. It remains analytically important to distinguish between great powers, or superpowers in the case of the American and Communist Chinese empires, and secondary powers, with second-tier states still forced to adapt their policies according to the shifting power and interests of the great powers. Fourth, with relevance to the ongoing debacle in Iran, the book takes a particularly hard swing at the United States' numerous failed attempts at regime change. O'Brien posits that the American imperial invasion of Iraq in 2003 was a strategic catastrophe, with regional chaos and opposition to the United States across the entire Muslim world increasing after the invasion. He considers the 20-year war and regime change effort in Afghanistan an even larger failure, with the United States installed government in Kabul surviving for only a few hours after the American imperial withdrawal. There is no denying that with the preeminent precedent of Japan and Germany integral World War II, the list of successful attempts at regime change and democracy building is non-existent. History tells us that it is impossible to win a nation's hearts and minds through a military attack. Japan and Germany democratized because they won the war, not because they lost. Fifth, the book engages with how to measure the power balance between the American and Communist Chinese empires, and the possibility of these trois juggernauts going to war based on miscalculations about their respective military power. The United States and the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate are superpowers, or full-spectrum powers to apply the professional terminology. But O'Brien emphasizes and examines their respective strengths and weaknesses beyond defense budgets and the number of weapon platforms. His interest is in what he calls pre-conflict military metrics. One difference highlighted in his book is the trois countries' different economic models. The United States still has a technological advantage that allows it to produce more advanced weapons. The centralized single-party state capitalist China, as a manufacturing powerhouse, can build them in far greater numbers. In case of war, this may give the United States a short-term advantage, whereas Communist China on the Asian mainland has the upper hand in a protracted war of attrition. Another difference examined in the book is their distinct political systems, with O'Brien claiming that American imperial democracy holds an advantage vis-a-vis commu-capitalist China's authoritarian regime in terms of leadership in war. As market socialist model China's command and control system arguably is closer to Russia's than to that of these United States, the author obviously has a point. The Russian Empire's way of war in Ukraine is not a particularly favorable precedent in this regard at all. O'Brien further argues that Washington has the upper hand in terms of the Trois Empires' abilities to rally the public around the flag, but he is worried that the growing political instability in these United States, whose society is irreversibly divided against itself, will weaken our position. In my own learned view, he underestimates the role of ethno-nationalism in Zhonghua Dalu, our mainland China, and how the leadership will leverage this to rally the public during war. The book furthermore debates the discrepancy in terms of war-waging experience. The American Empire possesses the most experienced military force in the world by dint of relentless aggressions, whereas Communist China on the Asian mainland has one of the least experienced ones. In the Pacific theater of World War II, American imperial inexperience proved its ultimate undoing in fighting Dai Nippon Teikoku, the Empire of Greater Japan. But in postmodern warfare, with its high-tech multi-domain operations, America's experience since then matters a lot. In a war with the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, experience definitely gives the United States an important edge, but that advantage will shrink if the war drags on. O'Brien also addresses the role of the American Imperial Alliance Network in Asia, which not only enhances the American power position, but allows United States forces to maintain a forward deployment in Hongzhonggua's, Red China's own neighborhood. However, the author rightly expresses concerns that the American empire under the Trump maladministration is undermining this advantage. In any protracted war, the monolithic Communist Chinese superstate has a massive home advantage vis-a-vis the United States in terms of logistics, and this would, of course, be an even greater factor as the American Imperial Alliance Network in region falls apart via Trump cultic incompetence. In sum, it appears that American imperial technology, leadership, command and control systems, and experience waging war would contribute to give the American empire an advantage versus People's China, at least in the initial stages of a war, whereas the advantage is more likely to tilt increasingly in Red China's favor in a more protracted conflict. O'Brien's distinction between battles and wars is quite important in this regard. In contrast to Russia's years-long war of attrition in the trenches and towns of Ukraine, a Sino-American conflict is more likely to be a limited war at sea and thus closer to what O'Brien defines as a battle. In War and Power, O'Brien engages with a number of crucial issues guiding war and peace. One important takeaway from the complexity of war discussed in the book is that decision-makers should lean on a rich variety of sources and experts before making any final decision to go to war. That this is seldom the case is a troubling issue raised in the book itself. Leaders rarely have perfect information, not in democracies and certainly not in authoritarian states. O'Brien debates at length the consequences of Putin's construction of a political system in Russia that only feeds him with information he wants to hear, and the author airs his concerns about similar developments in Beijing and Washington. For this warning alone, the book deserves a wide readership. Because as Iran continues to block the Strait of Hormuz and attacks its Gulf neighbors' oil and gas infrastructure, the cost-benefit ratio continues to shift against Donald Trump. Economic and political pressures are mounting on Washington faster than they are on Tehran. Sure, Iran is hurting, but as the aforecited Boyd methodologizes, Iran can sustain its counteroffensive more easily and longer than the American empire can sustain economic damage to Iran. An Iranian Shahid drone, made of styrofoam and powered by a motorcycle engine, for example, costs orders of magnitude less than the precision missiles sent to intercept it or the economic havoc it causes when it ignites a tanker, data center, or desalination plant. At the opposite extreme, Americans using multi-million-dollar missiles that are supposed to be able to pinpoint and hit a target like a dart are used to mass sacrifice hundreds of young girls at a kill. In addition, the longer Trump's OODA loop stays broken, the more negative consequences occur that no one in the Trump regime anticipated. Trump's war in Iran has always been led by Israel rather than the other way around, and Trump possesses no possible way to alter this power imbalance, whereas Israel cannot assassinate its way to victory over Iran when the Iran conflict is morphing into an energy war. The murder of the Iranian senior security official Ali Larijani this week is the most significant targeted mass assassination undertaken since Israel's killing, in conspiracy with the United States, of the supreme leader Ali Khamenei on the opening day of the war. These 12 very high-level hits have been accompanied by a long list of massacres of less well-known senior Iranian officials. These have included the IRGC, or Islamic Revolutionary Guards, Commander Mohammed Pakpur, the Intelligence Minister Ismail Khatib, the Armed Forces Chief of Staff Abdul Rahim Mousavi, the Defense Minister Aziz Nazirzadeh, the Military Intelligence Chief Saleh Assadi, among others, many others. At least 30 officials in all have met their deaths at the hands of this homicidal campaign. Targeted murders have a long history for Israel in its efforts to defeat its enemies, Yet the current hit parade is without real precedent and is likely to be regarded as a watershed moment in the employment of irregular methods in state terrorist warfare. Specifically, what we are currently witnessing, as witnesses to a crime, involves the abuse of a familiar tactic in an unfamiliar setting. Israel's abuse of its intelligence and its arrow supremacy to wipe out leaders of hostile entities is nothing new. But this is the first time that Israel, or anyone else, has pursued an ongoing and systematic campaign of targeted assassinations of senior enemy officials against a state in a time of war. Israel's abuse of targeted assassinations dates back to before it even achieved illegal sovereignty. The first assassination by the modern Zionist movement against a perceived enemy took place in Jerusalem in 1924. Jacob Dahan, a prominent and active ultra-Orthodox Jewish opponent of the Zionist project, was murdered outside the şɁARA hospital, where he tended to patients in that city. Assassinations formed a notable element in the Jewish insurgency against British rule in Mandatory Palestine in the 1930s and 1940s, when they were designated by the ʷrd Reich, as well as Great Britain, as a Nazi insurgency. In the 1950s, Israel targeted German scientists working to help develop the Egyptian and Syrian missile programs. By the way, Brendan Zuggett says, better numbers. I'm not quite sure what he's referencing. Seems like the adjustments work. Is he talking chiropractic? New people chatting. Oh, yes, indeed. Thank you. He's talking analytics for the channel. Engagement up. Indeed. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Bless you. And so with that, I will change this emoji. And bless you. Don't be afraid to come on and speak your mind whenever you wish to interject. Now, targeted killings, notably, played no significant role during the high days of the Arab-Israel conflict, when Israel faced a coalition of Arab states led by Egyptus. That contest, involving 4 high-intensity wars in 1948, 1956, 1967, and 1973, as well as state-sponsored insurgencies and periodic artillery duels, was fought along the lines of conventional 20th century industrial warfare. Assassinations returned to significance when irregular warfare replaced state-to-state conflict as the main challenge facing Israel. The tactic was abused to telling effect against the leadership of the PLO, the Palestinian Liberation Organization, throughout the 1970s and the 1980s. The first systematic abuse of assassinations during a period of open conflict came during the Palestinian insurgency, usually referred to as the Second Intifada, of Anno Domini 2000 through to 2004 of the Communal Era. At that time, Israel wiped out much of the senior and mid-level leadership of the Islamist Hamas organization, even as that group sought to pursue a campaign of resistance against Israeli militia personnel by suicide bombing. A similar abuse of their tactic was adopted with considerable success by Israel against both Hamas and Hezbollah during the 2023 through 2025 period. In that period, Israel removed the senior and much of the mid-level leaderships of both organizations. Now, for the first time, Israel is applying the same toolkit against an enemy state, or rather, a state enemy, the Islamic Republic of Iran. An interesting trajectory may be observed. Indiscriminate massacres were first introduced when the political movements which would establish Israel were themselves non-state insurgent terrorists. When the conflict between Arabs and Jews moved to the state versus state level, the practice declined, at least as a tool to be employed against senior leaders. When Israel's main enemies became non-state insurgent forces deemed outside of the protection generally afforded to the leaders of states, the tactic of the targeted slaughter of top leaders was once more readapted. The Islamic Republic of Iran, from the 1980s on, sought to develop a hybrid form of warfare in which the tools and advantages of irregular and non-state formations were wedded to the power and the interests of a state. This is the Iranian doctrine of muqawama, or resistance, which has seen Tehran establishing and sponsoring a variety of non-state militia groups throughout the region. These have been used as key tools, Dietrich, or in die Deutschen Sprech, or the German speak, Meisterschlüssel, or master key tools, in the long Iranian war intended to result in the destruction of Israel. As it turns out, the Iranians are only aping the Zionists in blurring the boundaries between state and non-state actors and norms. Israel is once again reapplying the methods and practices it honed during the decades in which it fought mainly non-state forces against a state enemy. This is something new and perhaps revolutionary and perhaps an harbinger. But will it work? Let me check into what our dear Brendan is saying here for a moment. Some messages which he's informed me there's no need to read aloud or shout out, but I thank him anyway. It's holy season in the Vedic, so he's in communion with the goddess. Well, goddess bless him. And we love you dearly, Brendan. Stay safe and be well. I'll still attempt to call you after I'm done with transmission. Just a bitch. I want to cathart and vent. Past few days have been a madhouse. Okay, so such having been articulated, checking back in with live stream. Now, as to whether or not Israel's new warfare against a state using tactics applied to non-state insurgencies. This is the future of war wherein no one is off the chessboard. You take down enemy leaders, even if you kill 1,000 people attending their delivery of a speech or a press conference in order to accomplish that task. Mass assassinations, where you take out an entire school of young girls that otherwise would have produced the geniuses that would have brought Iran a better future. It has all certainly produced a panicked and fascinating series of reactions among supporters and partisans of the Iranian regime. A rumor has been spread that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu himself has been killed in an Iranian raid, with his apparent subsequent appearances produced with the aid of artificial intelligence. A prominent United Kingdom-based supporter of the Iran regime, the mullahcracy, and its Leibniz proxies rapidly produced a theory of strategic martyrdom, according to which the Iranian regime, in fact, is cunningly gaining advantage by having its most senior officials constantly mass assassinated. Back in reality, it's obvious that the systematic mass removal of experienced and well-connected officials will have a negative effect on the performance of any system. Exempli gratiae, most observers of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict would concur that the Palestinian Islamic Jihad movement has never fully recovered from the assassination of its leader, Fatih Shakaki, by Israel in 1995. The killing by Israel's satrap United States of the IRGC Quds Force leader, Qassem Soleimani, similarly hampered the subsequent performance of Iran's militia network. In these cases, however, the result was the damaging or decline of a structure, not its complete eclipse. There is no example in modern history of the complete destruction of a regime or of an organization by the systematic mass assassination of its leaders. In this regard, we might do well to remember Bertolt Brecht's observation that if the indispensable man frowns, twa empires quake. If the indispensable man dies, the world looks around like a mother without milk for her child. And if the indispensable man were to come back a week after his death, in the entire country, there wouldn't be a job for him as a hall porter. The mass assassination of senior officials should not be likened to the decapitation of a living organism. The regime will never be destroyed by this tactic. On the other hand, as one tool in a well-stocked toolbox, Israel has abused the tactic to telling effect in the past and is doing so now. The systemic application of this tactic signals that state conflicts in the future will not resemble those of the past. Rather, the borders between regular and irregular warfare and between conventional war and insurgency appear to be disappearing. We can thank the Jews for that. Populations are now the enemy. Tel Aviv-Yafo first sowed that wind. It will ultimately reap that whirlwind. The war has also shifted the power balance between Russia and the Ukraine, with Russian oil revenues effectively doubling as United States weapons stocks become depleted. Faced with a shortage of weapons to hit Russia, Ukrainians have developed their own. Ukraine is making homebrew long-range missiles. The Russian war in Ukraine is now a proxy economic war between Eurōpě and the Communist Chinese Empire. The war in Ukraine isn't just about tanks and soldiers anymore. It's a global showdown, and Eurōpě and Red China are now playing proxy roles. Europeans are supplying arms to Ukraine at a scale that eclipses the aid the American empire trickled to Ukraine. Eurōpě has also provided almost 3 times more economic support than the United States. Ukrainian military is getting from Europeans a vast range of hardware, including artillery and ammunition, aero defense systems like the Patriot and Iris-T, Panzers, Leopard 2 tanks, armored vehicles, long-range missiles, and essential supplies like fuel, medical kits, and body armor. Financed heavily through the European Union's European Peace Facility, supplementing bilateral aid from individual nations like Poland, the United Kingdom, and Die neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany. European and Ukrainian forces are now leading the charge in drone tech, drone jamming, and battlefield innovation. Most Russian hardware now originates in Chinese factories, including microelectronics, drone components, optics, machine tools, and dual-use items like truck chassis, enabling Russia to produce missiles, tanks, and aircraft. manufactured parts are found in a large percentage of Russian weapons deployed in Ukraine. And according to intelligence reports, the centralized single-party state capitalist China is also supporting the Russian defense industry with ʷstrō, that would be the Deutschen Sprech, the German speak for Meisterschlüssel or master key, Material de guerre, literally materials of war. It is military equipment like nitrocellulose for ammunition, and even with help for improving space-based capabilities. The monolithic communist Chinese superstate is also abusing the insights from Russia to quietly advance the sophistication of its own unmanned systems for its super surveillance state. It is now a proxy war between two super entities, Europe and the Communist Chinese Empire of the East. So what's next for the American empire? Is there any way out for Donald Trump? He could put boots on the ground in Iran and attempt to seize Iran's stockpile of approximately 970 pounds of 60% enriched uranium, enough to produce multiple nuclear weapons once further enriched. If he could pull this off, a major feat in and of itself. Into the early hours of Thursday morning, as I was closing our latest live stream preceding tonight's, Israel and Iran continued exchanging direct strikes, while the fighting spread further across Lebanon and the Gulf, and increasingly centered on energy infrastructure. Israel widened its campaign inside Iran. As I was hosting transmission late Wednesday night, midweek last, the Israeli military said it had struck targets in northern Iran for the first time in the current operation, after attacking more than 200 targets in western and central Iran over the previous 24 hours, including ballistic missile storage sites, launch systems, aero defenses, and weapons production facilities. An Israeli strike on the Iranian port of Anzali on the Caspian Sea resulted in at least 3 vessels catching fire, with the Iranian reports suggesting that one ship had returned from Russia just 24 hours earlier with suspicions that it was carrying drone-related Russian technologies. The campaign continued to target the Iranian regime's leadership, of course. Iranian officials confirming the death of the intelligence minister Ismail Khatib, another major blow following the slaughter of Ali Larijani, the commander of the Bajij and other regime-linked figures. A judge associated with the death sentence against the wrestler Navid Afkari was killed in an Israeli strike. Afkari was an Iranian wrestler executed in 2020 after being convicted of murdering a security guard during anti-government protests, in a case widely condemned internationally due to the fact that his confession was obtained under torture. Energy sites are now central to the conflict. Israeli strikes hit gas facilities in Asaluya, part of the South Pars field, setting off fires. Hours later, Iran struck Qatar's Ras Laffan industrial complex, one of the world's main liquefied natural gas hubs. Qatari authorities reported extensive damage and fires, condemned the attack as a violation of sovereignty, and warned that they reserved the right to respond. Qatar then expelled Iranian military and security attachés, giving them 24 hours to leave their country. In Washington, Donald Trump confessed that the United States had not been informed in advance of its suzerain Israel's strike on Iranian gas facilities, but warned that any further Iranian attack on Qatar's LNG infrastructure would bring a massive American response against Iran's South Pars gas field. There followed American strikes in Iraq, including an attack in Beïng, targeting the Iran-backed Al-Had al-Shaibi militia, with massive civilian casualties reported, of course. Iranian ballistic missiles targeted Riyadh, capital of the House of Saud, with Saudi defenses intercepting several and debris falling near a refinery south of the city, the capital city of Saudi Arabia. Explosions were also reported in Bahrain, and a tanker was struck at Khor Fakkan in the United Arab Emirates. Saudi Foreign Minister Faisal bin Farhan responded with an unusually sharp warning, saying further Iranian attacks, especially on the energy sector, could trigger both diplomatic and military responses. Iran also launched repeated missile barrages at Israel overnight, the Israeli military issuing multiple alerts as missiles were detected and intercepted, with civilians repeatedly ordered into protected spaces. Cluster munitions were used over central Israel, and a foreign worker was killed by shrapnel in Adanim, while debris impacts were reported near Nablus and Netanya. In the southern West Bank, an Iranian missile hit a hair salon in Beit Ava near Hebron, killing at least 3 Palestinian women and critically injuring 5 others, reports putting the death toll at 4 as one of the injured expired thereafter. Lebanon remains a major theater rather than a side front. Israeli ground forces continued operations in the south, while strikes destroyed bridges over the Litani River that Israel said were being used to move Hezbollah fighters and weapons. Lebanese authorities said 56 innocent people were killed on a Wednesday alone, bringing the total since the start of the current round of slaughter to 968 dead and 2,432 critically injured in Israel's latest ethnic cleansing. As the Israeli defense minister threatens to flatten South Lebanon like Gaza, his words, Hezbollah has continued launching rockets into Israel, including a long-range strike of roughly 125 miles, fired from 150 to 90 miles inside Lebanon, signaling the use of longer-range systems and a shift away from purely border-based launches. In the Strait of Hormuz minefield, Iran holds the advantage, and America has no good options. Now, let me check the latest incoming from our man Brendan Zoget. See if I can get his messages up here. Okay, let's take a look at what's being said. Oh man, yeah, oh wow, yeah, it's our girl in Dubai. Man, I hope that's not her fucking husband. At any rate, yeah, well, she's certainly doing well as can be, considering the fact that they're under attack. And well, all power to her for that. So, thanks to Brendan for that latest morale booster. Okay, and, yeah, there you go. That's like, yeah, makes myself, yeah. He and I, share a total contempt for this woman's husband, and we hope that he gets killed in the war. Now, Reuters' chief national security reporter has reported that the Trump maladministration is seriously considering deploying thousands of additional troops to the Middle East as the military prepares options for the next possible phase of the Iran war. One option for securing the Strait of Hormuz includes deploying troops to Iranian shores, but this would be a particularly dangerous maneuver in terms of American lives lost. It could even risk an accidental nuclear explosion. Moreover, no one knows where the enriched uranium is being stored. In the wake of Israeli and proxy American strikes last June, it's likely in deep underground tunnels near Isfahan and other secure locations, but the International Atomic Energy Agency cannot verify the exact locations or status of the stockpile due to lack of access to bombed sites. What about returning to the diplomatic table? As the American diplomat and former special envoy for Northern Ireland, Richard Hayes, points out, Trump hardly gave diplomacy a chance before launching his war. The American imperial envoys Witkoff and Kushner blended maximal positions, effectively demanding an end to Iran's nuclear program, ballistic missile force, and support for Shia proxies, with minimal time for negotiation. Hayes notes the stark contrast between this process and the maladministration's apparently endless willingness to give the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire the benefit of the doubt and compromise Ukraine's interests whenever and wherever possible. If Trump returned to negotiations now from a position of demonstrated military capability rather than exhaustion, Iran might be forced to reorient and respond to an adversary that did something unpredictable. The problem is that the Trump regime has repeatedly reneged on his promises to Iran, so Tehran has no reason to believe any offer Trump makes. The first casualty of Trump's war in Iran was the truth about America's new protection racket. Remember the quote. You heard it in school. In war, truth is the first casualty. 'Tis a line oft attributed to the Greek tragedist Aeschylus, and it has never lost its relevance. Sometimes the culprit is the observer, the propagandizing correspondent, the mythologizing historian. Now, 3 weeks into a war of choice, the chief offender is the President of the United States. At 12:30 in the morning on the 28th day in February, the White House press operation released a pre-recorded video of Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago standing at a lectern in dim light. Wearing an oversized USA ball cap and no tie, the president announced that he had ordered American bombers to commence destroying targets throughout the Islamic Republic of Iran. Trump made a claim of preemption. He insisted that he was acting to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats from the Iranian regime. This was confusing, as hadn't Trump declared last June that he had obliterated Iran's nuclear program? Hadn't the Omani foreign minister, a mediator between Iran and the American empire at negotiations in Geneva, just told Face the Nation that a peace deal is within our reach? Trump went on to counsel the Iranian people to find refuge somehow. It's very dangerous outside. Bombs will be dropping everywhere. But then, at some unspecified moment, they should take over their own government. Let's see how you respond, he challenged. And to his American listeners, he admitted, we may have casualties. That often happens in war. I mean, wouldn't you know it? Donald Trump would not have attacked Iran on the 28th day in February if the Supreme Court of the United States had not ruled against his tariffs on February 20th. Now, the two issues may seem unrelated, yet a closer inspection of Trump's international agenda reveals his maladministration's intense focus on trade energy, and maritime control. And that might help explain the otherwise inexplicable folly of the situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Trump is determined to bring about an American golden age. This involves controlling gas and oil, aggressively reducing market Leninist China's, expanding control of shipping lanes, and establishing American imperial dominance over key maritime choke points. The ʷstrō. It is the Deutschen Sprech, or German speak for the Meisterschlüssel, our master key, maritime choke points of planet Earth. Control those, and you can pinch off the arteries and close the oxygen to the brain of any nation. In April of yesteryear, Trump signed an executive order titled Restoring America's Maritime Dominance. In December, at around the same time his national security strategy was unveiled, he also announced a new American imperial initiative to build a Golden Fleet, remember that, of Trump-class battle carriers. I use that term pointedly because they're hybrid ships, with the aim of outclassing the Communist Chinese Navy long into the future. The maneuver was widely scoffed at by military analysts who tended to ignore how a Golden Fleet might fit into Trump's broader agenda of disrupting global trade through tariffs to advance the American empire's strategic and long-term economic interests. First on that agenda, the Western Hemisphere. In the inaugural address of his second midterm, Trump declared that America had given away the Panama Canal. Above all, China is operating the canal and we're taking it back. His maladministration promptly pressed Panama to pull out of Hongzhonghua, or Red China's, Belt and Road Initiative, and has since introduced the Shield of Americas, an American imperial-led military alliance which aims to counter narco-trafficking by controlling the Caribbean. And of course, Trump mistarted this year by regime-altering Venezuela to secure a more biddable government on that coastline. He is now pushing to collapse Cuba's leadership as Ýld. That's a nod to Holly there. Then there's the North. The Great White North. Straight after the raid in which Nicolás Maduro was captured, Trump began applying strong pressure on NATO allies to give him Greenland, which would grant America power over the so-called GIUK. It's the Greenland-Iceland United Kingdom Gap. G-I-U-K, get it? The GIUK Gap being the most critical waterway in the North Atlantic. At Davos, Trump pulled back from his threats of annexation, but his bully tactics forced European allies to at least pretend to take Greenland's defense more seriously. Last, but not least, the Arabian Seas. This time last year, America carried out Operation Rough Rider, a powerful bombing campaign against the Houthis, who were disrupting shipping around the Red Sea. The operation was declared successful, albeit entirely inconclusive. But, as discussed in my latest transmission preceding tonight's, what came next was Signalgate, the publishing of a highly sensitive conversation between Trump's top national security team about keeping the Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea open. What that conversation revealed most of all was Team Trump's antipathy towards Eurorszápy over its failure to protect vital shipping routes. The American maladministration was utterly determined to make Eurorszápy pay for Uncle Sam's military largesse. As the Captain John Conrad writes in a fascinating piece, after Signalgate, every American maritime initiative began to stall. Panama pulled back on agreements over American shipping. The French shipping group, CMA-CGM, withdrew a $20 billion commitment to American shipping and ordered vessels from India and commune capitalist China instead. Mike Waltz, the guilty man of Signal Gate, had to be moved out of the position of National Security Advisor and into the role of United States Ambassador to the United Nations. And the SHIPS, SHIPS, Shipbuilding and Harbor Infrastructure for Prosperity and Security Act, quite the apropos acronym, a major piece of legislation to revive America's shipbuilding capacities, which Waltz had sponsored back in 2024, got stuck in congressional committee stage. So much for the Golden Fleet. Another crucial clash came in April of yesteryear at the International Maritime Organization in London, when 63 countries voted to approve a net zero framework to impose carbon pricing mechanisms on large ships. You know, like the Trump-class battle carriers would be. The Trump administration asked that United States vessels be exempt. European authorities refused, with Trump calling the framework the Global Green New Scam Tax. The upshot being that Europe and the American empire reached an impasse over a crucial piece of global shipping legislation, which threatened to weaken America's maritime strength. To stop that happening, Trump had deployed his favorite diplomatic weapon, the threat of tariffs. But then, on February 20th, the Supreme Court of these United States voted against the president's illegal tariff regime, and though Team Trump quickly switched to a different paralegal mechanism for imposing charges on imports, his ability to stick tariffs willy-nilly up any country's ass that challenged him had been hampered. Just over a week later, Operation Epic Fury began. Perhaps the war would have begun regardless. Israel had already ordered Trump to array a massive military buildup around Iran. But his defeat in the Supreme Court did threaten to diminish his ability to coerce allies into supporting his own agenda rather than that of the monolithic communist Chinese superstates, especially on trade and shipping. Trump needed another method to impose pressure. Initiating the conflict with Iran may turn out to have been precisely that. Of course, all this could be seeing meaning, like shapes in clouds, seeing meaning where there be none. A lot has been said by myself, among others, that the Trump maladministration's lack of a plan for dealing with the Strait of Hormuz is self-evident. Yet all the tutting may be missing the salient point. The fact that the war has caused an energy crisis, which will hurt Europe far more than America, has exposed the world's vulnerability in a way that could give the American empire strategic leverage. This, among other things, may prove valuable as Trump tries to force Europe to accept an end to the conflict in Ukraine on terms more favorable to Vladimir Putin than to Volodymyr Zelensky. The aforecited Captain Conrad even suggesting that the United States Navy's lethargy in protecting the strait may be a deliberate tactic to ratchet up pressure on the rest of the world. That may be stretching his hypothesis, which he admits is highly speculative. But there be no doubt that America has, since it first replaced Great Britain as the world's preeminent power, always understood the need to rule the waves. In the 19th century, the great naval strategist Alfred Thayer Mahan, who studied British sea power to inform American foreign policies under Presidents Theodore Roosevelt, the Republican Roosevelt, and others, was quoted as saying, "Whoever rules the waves rules the world." Nobody believes that Trump curls up at night with a copy of Alfred Thayer Mahan's book titled The Influence of Sea Power upon the French Revolution and Empire, 1793 through 1812. Because we all know Trump can't fucking read. It's far more likely that the Iran operation has already spiraled far out of America's control in ways that will undermine the Donald's political legacy. But Trump knows all too well that crises represents opportunity. Within 3 days of launching this latest war, Trump ordered the United States International DFC, that's Development Finance Corporation, to create a $20 billion maritime reinsurance facility, which could make the DFC Treasury and American insurance giants the lenders of last resort to commercial vessels in the Strait of Hormuz. The DFC announcement spelling out that the facility must be implemented in coordination with the United States Central Command, as the aforesourced Captain Conrad sayest, and here I quote his tea, "They cannot pass without Navy permission. The green light has not yet appeared. Perhaps the light will never turn green. For now, the energy markets are too muddled to tell. But just as the great financial innovation of maritime insurance through Lloyd's of London helped guarantee the expansion of the greater British Empire in the 18th and 19th centuries, America's increasingly assertive 21st century empire may end up being backstopped by a protection racket. The war is thus barreling toward an inflection point at which all the potential options are bad. To agree to a ceasefire, Tehran will almost certainly demand assurances that the United States will constrain future Israeli strikes on Iran as Trump retains substantial leverage over Netanyahu because of Israel's dependence on United States military assistance. But it is still an impossible ask. Very soon, the American president will face a choice between doubling down on an unpopular war or, to end it, wresting a concession from Eretz Israel that Iran could frame as a triumph. This brings us to all the unintended consequences. Despite the tactical brilliance of Israel's offensive abuse of its tributary American states in union as a battering ram, strategic success remains elusive for the United States itself. Trump went to war against a country of 92 million people with no clear plan for what would happen after the guns fell silent. He initially declared that victory would be achieved if the Iranian people rose up and dismantled the Islamic Republic themselves, an extraordinary and unrealistic request. The regime's horrific crackdown in January produced no meaningful defections from the regime or security services, and government leaders have already shown they are willing to kill as many of their own people as needed to stay in power. Circa 1996, while serving as liaison for the Mujahideen al-Halq, I attended a diplomatic meeting with an Iranian official in the aftermath of a major protest. Surprisingly, the official acknowledged strong opposition to the Islamic Republic, yet he cautioned that the United States failed to understand that an equal number of Iranians were prepared to die for the regime, and pointed out that most Iranians just wanted a better day-to-day life. Although he didn't break it down in numbers, I began thinking of this myself as the 20-20-60 ratio. 20% of Iranians are dedicated to the downfall of the Islamic Republic, 20% to its preservation, at the cost not only of their own lives if necessary, but most certainly everyone else's around them, and the remainder to simply a better life. I long assumed that after Khamenei died, the Iranians who wanted a better life would join forces with those strongly opposed to the Islamic Republic and force the country's leaders down a different path than the one the Supreme Leader had charted. But the bitter irony is that the Israeli and vassal United States approach to the recent war afforded Khamenei a martyr's death, a gift to the regime, as it diverted attention away from the Islamic Republic's failures. It elevated Khamenei's hardline gay son and turned much of the nation's focus toward surviving an external assault. All these outcomes only marginalize the silent majority of Iranians who just want any measure of well-being. Moving forward, Iran does not need to score major military successes every day. The regime only needs to inflict enough periodic damage to keep regional partners, markets, and the American public under Zionist occupation governance jittery. Despite catastrophic damage to the Iranian Navy and other branches of the military, periodic drone attacks on tankers attempting to traverse the Strait of Hormuz are probably enough to keep traffic snarled in a shipping channel responsible for a fifth of global oil supply. There are, of course, enormous risks to this strategy. It could unite the Gulf countries against Tehran and invite further escalation. Iran must also hold some offensive capabilities in reserve. This may be why it has not asked for more of the Houthis in Yemen, undertaken broader cyber attacks, or mounted acts of terrorism on American interests outside the Middle East. But Khamenei obviously gambled that even if he died, his regime could handle more losses than Israel's vassal United States or the Gulf states could. Although the parallel is imperfect, Israel's current tactics and objective appear to magnify the ones that undergirded its 2024 campaign to neuter Hezbollah in Lebanon. That effort included a series of mass decapitation strikes on Hezbollah's leadership, taking out great big bloody chunks of flesh from the population all around them, and a swift degradation of that militia's ability to pressure Israel. Israel parlayed these tactical gains in ethnic cleansing into a status quo that allowed it to periodically mow the grass, their term, continuing to massacre the Palestinian people at will with no repercussions whatsoever. Israeli leaders understand that Trump may seek to end this particular conflict speedily, but they will not be content in the long term with a ceasefire that largely leaves the Islamic Republic in place. It will be only a matter of time before they attempt to reinitiate conflict and further weaken Iran toward their ultimate objective of mass annihilation of the Muslim peoples, or the enslavement of their satraps within the axis of Abraham. Trump himself is obviously more focused on burnishing his legacy than any specific objective. His references to his little excursion in Iran echo a boast in 1898 by the United States Secretary of State John Hay that his country's 4-month conflict with España had been a splendid little war that demonstrated American imperial power and glory, even as it had already degenerated into America's first Vietnam via the Southeast Asia's Philippine insurrection that ultimately resulted in the extermination of 3 million Muslims in the southern islands of Mindanao, what became known in the Muslim resurgence as Bangsamoro, and ultimately the assassination by a Filipino Roman Catholic of President William McKinley on September 11th of 1901, 100 years to the day before the terrorist attacks on September 11th of 2001 that were perpetrated in retaliation for the American imperial occupation of Southwest Asia. At some point, the toll on the American arsenal and the global economy will demand that Trump bring the show to a close. Keen to avoid Hezbollah's fate, however, the Islamic Republic is not seeking any off-ramp. Iranian leaders want to extend the war as long as possible, and ergo make the American president less eager for any future conflict. Trump could continue to prosecute the war in Iran by persisting with his devastating aerial campaign, but this is already yielding diminishing returns, given that the United States military has already struck most of its targets, or indeed any targets that stand up out of the ground. The alternative is to put American boots on the ground. That cometh with awful risks, and is precisely what Trump, as a thrice and coming presidential candidate, has repeatedly pledged never to do. But it may be the only way to ensure an Iranian regime more amenable to his own demands. Trump may also consider smaller, more targeted operations related to maritime security or Iran's nuclear program. But these too would pose significant risks to American soldiers and likely prompt retaliation, and there is little chance that they would lead to Iran's capitulation. Alternatively, Trump could outsource the war by arming political or ethnic factions that oppose the regime in Tehran. That could be a recipe for disaster. Mobilizing the Kurds or any other ethno-separatist group would keep many anti-regime Iranians at home and fragment the opposition. Such a machination could result in the deaths of a few more Iranian soldiers, but it would be highly unlikely to meaningfully diminish the regime's ability to repress internal dissent among ethnic Iranians, or Aryans. It would also risk exacerbating regional conflict and driving mass migration, which would only head to Eurōpě. Maybe that's what Trump ultimately wants. And altogether, that leaves one more option. Try to achieve a formal ceasefire. Theoretically, of course, Trump could simply declare that the degradation of Iran's military and the killing of Khamenei constitute victory and walk away. But this is harder than it sounds. He cannot unilaterally stop Tehran from attacking American assets or the Gulf states. Iran would rather fight a protracted war with the United States now than repeated wars with Israel in the coming years. Even if the United States unilaterally withdraws from the fight, since a future Iran-Israel conflict looks inevitable, Iran will likely continue targeting American interests in region as well as the Gulf states and energy infrastructure. Iran's strategic objective now is to impose such high costs on the American empire and the Gulf states in alliance of Abraham with Israel that Trump will opt for a ceasefire that includes a restriction on future Israeli misactions. In essence, Iran wants to force Trump to choose between Eretz Israel's expansionist security interests and the stability of global markets. The bottom line being that the war Trump started has no good ending, and every day it goes on seems to delay a better future for the Iranian people. This is a tragedy that only Khamenei and Trump together could engineer. So presumably for the foreseeable future, Iran will remain in Trump's OODA loop. Trump will remain trapped in Iran, and American consumers will be trapped by forever soaring energy prices. Whatever happens, high prices will outlive the Iran war. Thus, Douglas Dietrich, the son of Adolf Hitler, has 5 rules for superpowers facing multiple conflicts. Ukraine, the Middle East, and my Taiwan are part of an unstable frontier and required a more principled American imperial strategy. Remember, like my father, Adolf Hitler, my bio-sire or biological father, I too am a man of solutions. Sometimes, indeed, final solutions. A decade ago, circa 2017, I stated on record that the United States faced simultaneous tests from Russia, Red China, and Eretz Israel. I alone forewarned that these tests, or probes, were occurring at the outer perimeter of American imperial power, the unquiet frontier as I designated it. Our frontline allies, such as Al-Mamlaka Al-Wardaniyya Al-Hashimiyya, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, dy32226, Deutschland, the new United Germany, in the more rounded High German or Berlin German, as opposed to the Österreichisch accent I usually speak it with, and mine own Taiwan. As I have said on record, we're tempting targets for the American Empire's adversaries because of our vulnerable geography and great distance from the American imperial homeland. 10 years on, this frontier is more than unquiet. It is aflame. On the European frontier, the largest war since 1945 has entered its 5th year. On the Middle Eastern frontier, Eretz Israel is abusing its network of proxies, all riding on our own 100 states in union, to wage an illegally undeclared war of extermination against Iran and the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine. On the Asia-Pacific frontier, the Communist Chinese Empire is amassing military assets to cross the Haigō, the Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait. Collectively, these super maneuvers prove that the United States' enemies are not only probing the firmness of the frontier adjacent to themselves, but also anticipating a dramatic opportunity to upset the wider order that has underwritten Western security and well-being for decades. The frontier, and with it, the entire goddamn game board, is in crises. All of this may be sobering to a generation in the West raised expecting the world to become an ever-expanding zone of peace. But there's nothing new about it. Historically, the strength of a great power and the political order it embodies have been shaped by events on the frontier, more than events in the relatively safer confines of the imperial interior. Roma's great crises began on the banks of the Rhine, the Danube, and the Tigris. The greater British Empire's moments of truth were in the KwaZulu-Natal, the Hindu Kush, and Al-Suez. Then, as now, moments of violent upheaval naturally prompt decades of debates about the character of geopolitical change and the right strategies to cope therewith. How should a great power manage a lengthy and distant frontier under attack? While the United States is unique in the sheer scale of military and economic power it possesses, the question is no easier than it was for past empires. American imperial power, like theirs, has limits. It is limited in quantity by geographic distance, by domestic concerns, and by Americans' own oft fickle political will. The United States' predicament, in other words, is nothing new. While the debate rages about how to handle what's happening in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, and East Asia, it is imperative to consider the situation from a historical perspective. Short of abandoning the frontier outposts under pressure from predatory powers, great powers in the past tended to follow 5 basic principles for managing an unquiet frontier. First, the frontier is a violent place where war is always possible. By definition, the frontier is a zone of competition among rivals. It is an object coveted in its own right for its strategic location, but it is also the place where colliding agendas between powers seeking to maintain the geopolitical status quo and those seeking to revise it inevitably play out. While it is possible to mitigate the clash through negotiations, trade, or bribes, a frontier separates powers that have deep conflicts of interests grounded in history, civilizational contrasts, or ideological differences. As a result, violence is never too far below the surface. This may sound obvious, but it's worth stating up front because it runs counter to a Western conceit that lasted until the very eve of Russia's full-scale invasion of the Ukraine. Namely, that old-fashioned wars of conquest don't happen nowadays, even in historically fraught locations, because of the civilizing effects of liberal institutions or globalization, or the deterrent effect of all-powerful military technology. That's not true, and most certainly won't ever be true. Violence is endemic to the frontier, and the current wars and threats in Ukraine, the Middle East, and East Asia should have surprised no one. A realistic strategy to maintain violence along the frontier begins by recognizing that fact, as well as its corollary, that preserving the status quo requires an unsleeping vigilance in these distant places. No international institutions, nor sets of rules, will prevent the American Empire's rivals from seeking to expand their control over Ꜷstrō, that's the Deutschensprech, or German speak, for Meisterschlüssel or master key regions, in Eurasia, or Eurasia, where Washington has vital economic and political partners. Second, well-armed and motivated frontier states are the best deterrent on the frontier. What the inhabitants of the frontier have in common with the distant power is a desire to not see the frontier fall into the hands of a nearby bully. The distant power's motivation is to prevent the rival from accumulating an ever larger power base. But the frontier state's motivation is much, much greater and more personal, ensuring its own survival. It has the most to lose if the frontier breaks and disgorges the Scythian hordes. I believe it's actually properly pronounced the Scythian hordes. The Gog and Magog that Alexander built his extension of the Great Wall of China to contain. Where does that wall exist? In Persia. The battle line of Alexander's frontier against the hordes of ghouls beneath the surface of the earth where he drove them in the days of Gog and Magog, that Donald Trump, nay, the Israelis, who puppet master him, seek to disgorge upon us all. This greater, this existential motivation make his frontier states the most effective source of resistance to threats against the frontier. They are the first responders, and their determination is the foundational block of a stable frontier. Local resolve trumps United Nations resolutions. From the standpoint of their great power patron, it is also a very good thing to work with the momentum of locals' desire to resist, whether it takes the form of Ukraine's struggle to not be absorbed into the new Russian Empire, Palestinian defiance of Israeli plans for regional ethnic cleansing, or mine own Taiwan's efforts not to be subsumed under the Chinese Communist Party's rule. Misrule of the Sino-Romulans over my Vulcan Confucianist culture. Countries at the frontier are a source of amply motivated, effective, and legitimate resistance to their own enemies. Without that resistance, the superpower patron would have to venture much more of its own blood and treasure. There may, of course, be many differences between the frontline state and its faraway patron, but at least on this core strategic point, that the frontier should not be breached, that the hordes beneath the earth should ever rise again, our interests all naturally converge. Third, preclusive defense is the preferred strategy. By the way, our dear Heather Holman says, love this, Gog and Magog. You're so adorable. Someday I'll devote more attention to that. Once again, I've done so profoundly in the past, and it's a very real historical phenomenon involving Alexander the Great in written record. He was a monster slayer of the highest order, and is recorded as such by eyewitnesses. Now, as I said, per the preclusive defense being the preferred strategy, or the preferred strategy being preclusive defense, this requires a little bit of definition. Preclusive defense actively guards a frontier by positioning sufficient forces to repulse an initial attack and conduct local counteroffensives, treating a frontier as a flexible line, with the option of pulling back when under pressure, is tempting, especially when military resources are scarce or even unavailable. But the cost of sacrificing space for time, defense in depth, is much higher than it may appear, because frontline allies will peel away. If the ally thinks it is expendable, that its territory and people are the space to be given to the enemy in a tactic to gain time to arrest the attack elsewhere, that ally will lose the resolve to defend the frontier. Alone, with no outside help, the choice for a frontier state becometh one of accepting a change in the status quo and resisting at high cost with a low probability of success. Some, such as the Ukraine, may choose the latter, but it is not a given that this is the most common path. In fact, the heavy costs incurred by Ukraine may plausibly dissuade others, such as mine own Taiwan, from following its example. When a frontline ally wobbles and falls under the rival's control, the distant patron loses its ability to shape the regional dynamics. This is especially dangerous when the patron is a maritime power that has no depth to give. Such a power either keeps a port or thin littoral, or is fully expelled from the region with no chance of a cost-free return. The value of frontier allies is that they create the potential for striking beyond the frontier line on the territory of the predator state itself. The very potential for such attacks strengthens deterrence, because the frontier state's strong motivation for self-defense lends credibility to its threats. That requires it to be capable of inflicting heavy costs upon or launching punitive raids against the nearby predator state. Thus, paradoxically, the stability of a frontier is helped by the local ability to escalate. Such escalation is kept in check by the fact that the frontline state is the first to bear the brunt of the rival's response, establishing powerful incentives to strike only as required for the operational purpose of keeping the frontier stable. In other words, a small frontier state, even if well armed, is unlikely to ever march on the capital of the rival. Ukraine's ability to strike Russian military targets deep in occupied Crimea or immediately beyond the border weaken Russia's offensive misactions. And if a ceasefire ever occurs, this continued ability will reinforce deterrence. Similarly, might Taiwan could more effectively deter Communist China on the Asian mainland if we had the capability and clear will to strike not just the immediately attacking forces, but also commercial-centrist Chinese ports along the mainland coast. In brief, deterrence is much stronger when the defender is not just holding the fortress, but has the ability to strike an attacker's encampments. Giving weapons, even very powerful ones, to the frontier state. That's the best investment. I would go so far as America did in Kampuchea to stem the tide of the Pathet Lao and the Khmer Rouge by gifting tactical nukes. Fourth, the reputation acquired or lost on one frontier matters on another. Predator states watch how their rival great power handles other, often distant frontiers to gauge the level of its power and the competence of its leadership. Reputation is particularly important for a maritime power as ours, whose core challenge is the length of the frontier it has to manage combined with its distance from the homeland. Given naturally finite means, it is difficult to maintain substantial and perpetual presence in any and all directions. Strategic ubiquity is an illusion, a calculated bluff, predicated on reputation. What follows from this is that it pays to stop aggression at the frontier early, when and where it happens first. How the initial fires are dealt with will have a big bearing on whether they spread into a wider system crisis. Ignoring the early ones in hopes of keeping powder dry for later ones is dangerous, and the best strategy is to decisively sequence the frontiers. Today, that means using the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's attack as an opportunity to impose a strategic defeat upon the revanchist and revisionist Russian Empire, the weaker by far of the United States' two main rivals, before the much stronger of the twain, the Communist Chinese Empire of the East, is ready to move against my Taiwan. Washington should not attempt to shift priorities midstream. Fifth, once breached or abandoned, a frontier is costly to stabilize. As defense is cheaper than offense, so is maintaining a frontier versus restoring the status quo ante. In the most dramatic case, when the great power is pushed out from or leaves a frontline region, as we did in Afghanistan, with our tails between our legs, re-entry is extremely difficult for both military and political reasons. Militarily, trenches and fortifications, and in today's high-technology environment, an array of anti-SS and area denial weapons impose high casualties on the attacking side. Politically, abandoned frontline locals will likely make different calculations of their own, facing their nearby enemies as their security patron leaves. They may decide that their least bad choice is to cozy up, id est, collaborate with their enemies. Re-entry for the great power that has left becometh thus a costly and solitary effort with limited indigenous support. If the United States abandons Ukraine, the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan, or my own Taiwan today, and these places fall under our rival's sphere of influence, it is unlikely that this could be reversed in our lifetimes without a much steeper cost in blood and treasure than if Washington had simply helped us to defend ourselves adequately in the first. In all of these cases, the point is that bolstering the frontier is not an act of charity for a great power like the American Empire today. Instead, it is an act of enlightened self-interest that, if undertaken with energy and forethought, offers a cost-effective way of securing the American homeland itself. The United States has a long tradition of thinking in very practical terms about unquiet frontiers on both its own continent and the Eurasiski, or Eurasian rimlands. These were and are the regions where the noble and pacifying tools of institutions and laws, the calculations of merchants, and the impartiality of judges have but a tenuous effect. Ultimately, how these frontiers are ordered is the product of a firm hold, exercised through violence, or threat thereof. That reality has never changed, and the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East are testaments to the frontier's eternally ferocious nature. In the current situation, history proves that the American Empire's best bet is to prevent its rivals' probes on the frontier from becoming a wider system-wide run on the bank. Whether the first probe succeeds or fails matters disproportionately for determining whether a sequence of probes occurs. Looking at the war's effect on American military power, the Iran war could sap American military power for years. It is devouring munitions and exhausting an already stretched navy. Replenishing all the munitions used in the first few weeks alone will take us years. Years! An aircraft carrier involved in the operation has been at sea for 270 days, approaching a record. The strain will leave America's armed forces less prepared for a conflict in Asia. And while Asia matters most for the United States strategically, defeating ongoing aggression on the European and Middle Eastern frontiers, if that can still be done, remains the optimal strategy. The best way to do that is to provide weapons to Ukraine and the Kingdom of Jordan, including weapons that Washington might not normally be comfortable dispersing. In theater, tactical, short and intermediate range ballistic missiles with nuclear warheads. Doing that, in turn, will require a serious effort to strengthen the American defense industrial base, which will be needed in the long confrontation with commu-capitalist China as well. While the American Empire does what the American Empire does on these distant frontiers is, of course, of secondary importance if the more immediate frontier, the national border, is broken. When I spraketh on the unquiet frontier 10 years agone, I forewarned that the American imperial southern border would be rendered unstable by our own corrupt malfeasance, via an iron river of illegal guns that flows from the United States into Mexico, Central America, and across our hemisphere. And I prognosticated it coming to a head at the same time as geopolitical rivals would amp up the level of violence in Eurasia. In a phrase, American-made guns are ripping Central America apart and driving migration north. An iron river of illegal guns flows from these United States into Mexico, Central America, and across our Western Hemisphere, helping to make the Americas the world's most homicidal region, with 47 of the world's 50 most murderous cities. Thousands flee violence in the northern triangle of Central America, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, and seek asylum in these United States, adding to the pressure of undocumented immigrants. Migrants, I should say. Between 2007 and 2019, more than 179,000 firearms were captured in Mexico and 5 Central American countries and traced to gun shops and gun factories in these United States. Mexico's foreign ministry confirms this is but the tip of the iceberg and estimates that more than 12 million guns crossed the Rio Grande over that preceding decade. These weapons originate in the legal American gun market, the largest in the world by orders of magnitude, with 393 million firearms in civilian hands, according to the last count I saw acknowledged as accurate via multiple cross-references. They then cross into a parallel black market through 4 main methods: a private sale loophole, straw buyers, people with clean records who have been paid to buy guns, theft from gun shops, and the sale of parts to make unserialized weapons or ghost guns. Traffickers take these guns from states with looser laws, such as Virginia and Georgia, to cities with stricter laws, including Washington and New York, which are suffering from sharp increases in gun violence. They also smuggle themselves to Mexico over the 2,000-mile border, hidden in cars and trucks. In Florida, smugglers stash firearms in cargo ships that sail across the Caribbean and far beyond. Various causes drive people from their homes in Central America, including extreme poverty and drought linked to climate catastrophe. But violence is a major factor, with asylum claims by Central Americanos, often citing attacks by gun-toting criminals. In 2019 and 2020, more than 70,000 people arrived at America's southern border to apply for asylum, despite the Trump maladministration forcing them to wait in dangerous Mexicano border towns, where they suffered further extortion and kidnapping. Those from Honduras were the highest in number. Fixing the border is thus not just a domestic priority, but a foreign policy requisite, a prerequisite. The distant frontier will be abandoned sooner or later if the national border becomes a locus of instability. But as long as the American empire allows an iron river of guns to flood south, a river of refugees will keep pouring north. Clamping down on gun trafficking would also ameliorate violence in American cities and the relentless cartel warfare in Mexico, where refugees flee from as well. It is not too late. Even though American imperial rivals have improved their position in recent years, advancing their control and building up their arms stores, Americans still have an opportunity to conserve a modicum of international order and security. 'Tis better to stop predator states at the far frontier by backing the efforts of motivated locals than attempting to do so after these places are lost. And it's easier to keep things stable than to bring back stability after it's lost. And all of that begins and ends at the far and near frontiers. Well, the son of Adolf Hitler has provided his advisement. And I now need your help to continue to be able to do so. I need your contribution now. By all means, contribute and distribute. Spread the word that the son of Adolf Hitler is alive and well and can save your world from the madmen who have taken us all over the edge. We'll be closing live stream now. My love to all the ladies, kisses to the girls, hugs to the lads, and my profound gratitude to any and all who support myself. Oh, our dear Aristides is providing links in the chat. God bless him. Thank you so much, dear Aristides. Do say good morning to all of us.
Hey, good morning, good night. Preemptively just pop on and say all I can really say is please donate to Douglas at the PayPal in the chat, or Douglas D. Dietrich, paypal.com. Please contribute.
Goddess bless you, my good sir. Okay, we'll be closing our live stream. And with that, make certain to return on Wednesday night. We'll be back. Same dragon time, same dragon channel. And Dietrich, of course, being the actual medieval Germanic or Proto-Germanic for the dragon. So, as apropos as it gets, also the source for the title of Dietrich Gulvier, or the dragon's son, the son of the dragon, used in the Balkans. Oh, very well. Return to us on Wednesday, this midweek, and we'll return to all of these torrid topics that are tearing us apart and terrorizing us every day in the prices of what we purchase, if not in person. All right. With that, we end live stream. Okay, give me a second here.